The other guy's name.
Planner,
Not yet, no, was she going to be here?
she'll be here tonight.
Okay.
All right, I will, second. All right, I will call the regular Ridgway Town Council meeting, regular meeting, Wednesday, August 12th, 2026 to order.
Councilor Scrambling. It's not present. Greenwood. Here. Kroger. Here. Montague. Here. Scoville. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Lincoln is not present. Mayor Clark.
Here. All right, thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to or from the agenda?
I do have two. I have an addition to the consent agenda to approve the renewal of the tavern liquor license for the Adobe Inn. And then to remove item number 10, the request from Kathleen O'Mara. We're gonna move that to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Justin, you have anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Noted. That brings us to the consent calendar, with the addition of item that Pam mentioned. Is there anything anybody wants to pull off, or is there a motion approved?
I have a question on number 6. If there's a question, I just wanted to make sure that the licensing on it had switched to the current owner, because in other words, does that mean that's what's sold off to have that question?
I don't know.
Let's pull that off. Yeah, we should pull
Pull it
that
off
off.
for discussion.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, we're pulling item number 6, renewal of the brew pub liquor license for Colorado Boy Pub and Brewery. And we will consider that separately, and then I need a motion to approve everything else.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Polly, second by Michelle, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously, thank you. That brings us to time on the agenda for,
Now we go to
wait.
number 6 then.
Yeah,
We have,
Joe, we take 6 now? I was gonna do it after, okay, we can do it now. So we will, I guess, Pam, you wanna give us the background on this?
I'm not sure what the
I don't
question
even
is.
need background, I just had a quick question because it was the renewal for the Colorado Boy Pub and Brewery. And I know a few months ago, there was question about the name on the brew pub liquor license hadn't transferred over to the ownership, and there was a concern from people, someone in the community that it wasn't under the new name, so I just wanted to make sure that that had been taken care of and that it was under the new ownership name. That was my only question, sir. If they, we'd asked us, trying to make sure that was.
Yeah. The short answer is, we don't know that was ever an issue that has been presented with the application. I don't know, it's under review, it's a dual review, as the council knows, both by the town and by the state. We've not seen any paperwork one way or the other with respect to the change in ownership. So I can't say if it's an issue or if it's something that's been flagged or brought to the clerk's office's attention. Just by not knowing, because the applicant hasn't put forth a change in ownership.
Who's the applicant?
Matt Byer.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused with them, not worried about the.
It's-
renewal.
yeah,
I
it's-
guess there's
yeah.
some of that concern a few months
Yeah,
ago, so.
right. So, but
Yeah, sorry.
It's
No.
held by an LLC. And the LLC that holds it. We do not know who the members are at
Got it.
our level.
But the
The
state's not
state
concerned
would
with
know
that.
that.
But,
Yeah,
okay, I just,
and one of the operators is a member of the LLC.
okay, I just wanted to clarify that, I have no concern beyond that, but just because someone in public.
Brought that
brought that to our
concern,
attention,
right.
so, okay.
All right. Good enough?
Yep.
Okay, we need a motion to renew the brew pub liquor license for Colorado Boy Pub and Brewery.
So,
Right, motion by Josie, second by Polly, all in favor,
Aye.
any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to time on the agenda for public comments established for public to address the council on anything that's not otherwise on the agenda. Comments limited to 5 minutes per person. Anybody have any public comment? Come on up, Alex.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Menard. I live at the Art Space, I've been here 4 years. I just have this idea that I learned from traveling around, and it's about national heritage areas. And just to compare to what's going on here, it's kind of like your rights of the river thing. It's kind of like just a declaration, just a designation, but it comes with a lot of things that are extra. It's a designation by the National Park Service, and it comes with financial aid, and it comes with what do you call it? They help you out with all your they help you make a plan. And the reason why I think it would be good here is because it would lead us in a direction totally towards conserving what we have. At the same time, it's also about promotion. It's about how to get new visitors here. So it really could, it's like a solution to all the problems in a way. And it's a really good fit for here because we have history, we've got culture happening in the same place. We've got the most spectacular scenery in Colorado or maybe the United States. As good as anywhere else, right? If we pursued this, at least to find out about it, I think it'd be well worthwhile. In Colorado, there are 3 areas already. 2 of them are very similar to our situation here. One is South Park, and it's actually the history there is the same as here. It's mining, railroads, and ranching. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And they've gotten up to $700,000 help every year to promote and preserve that area. It's a long process. It's a 5-year process. But you gotta start somewhere. And the first question you're gonna have is, why am I not approaching the county? Because it should be the county, right? Everybody agrees? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I don't think we know enough about it.
We're not.
Well, it's like a national park. It's like a national park where people live. You know, you
So
designate.
the National Heritage Area.
Yeah, I gave you a brochure, remember that?
Yeah.
I have more for everybody else too.
Yeah, why don't you hand those out?
Okay, that'd be good.
We can direct staff to look into it.
Study
It's-
this week.
I assume it involves making an application to the feds.
Well,
Parks.
yes, the park. The first thing you do is just do a feasibility study. You just start a group, and then you start asking questions. Is this a good fit for us? And there's a woman in Denver who is in charge of it for the whole National Park Service in this region. Her name's easy to remember because it's also Alex. Alex Hernandez is her name, and she's a super nice lady. The other national heritage area is in the San Luis Valley. And, you know, the boundaries could be anything. In this case, it's 3 counties, 3 whole counties belong to the National Heritage Area. And what it is a plan you make yourself. The feds come in and help you make a plan that's based on the same things we just talked about. Conservation, preservation, promotion too. It's all about making your economy better so that you can keep the same quality of life that we already have.
Well, you gave me a smaller version of that brochure
Right.
a couple weeks ago, and it's interesting to me. I think what we have to do is have staff look into it and see what it was gonna take. Your question about whether it should be the county or not,
I didn't answer the question. The reason why it needs to start here, because it's like a fire. It has to start somewhere. And if you approach the county, they're gonna say no. I'll tell you why, Because it's just like West End and the national monument status. People already jump on when they say it's the feds, we don't want it. And it's just like in the Crystal Valley. The Crystal Valley River is the last free flowing river in western Colorado. And they've been trying for 30 years to become a wild and scenic river. And there's people there that won't do it because it's the feds. But the reality is this, the feds don't change any land ownership. They don't change any land use or anything like that. The plan is strictly made by the locals with, only with the guidance of the feds. They don't, then you establish your own group to manage it. Another way to look at it is, instead of having county commissioners managing this whole area at $50,000 a year, you could have those county commissioners managing the National Heritage Area and pay each of them another $50,000 out of this. And then you'd have a person who really is getting paid for their work. These guys work hard, don't they?
Yeah.
That's just one way of looking at it.
Well,
Great.
I think we could talk to Destination by Design about it too. Our new destination marketing organization, they probably know a little bit about it and see if there's some
Don't know much about it.
it's worth exploring.
They don't print brochures anymore. I print these out myself. It still exists. They still have the program, yet there's only like one person in the whole West who is in charge of the program. That's Alex Hernandez. And so it's something you gotta look into yourselves.
Well,
Don't expect anybody else.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time. And if you wanna look at look at it online. Here's the we'll have a look it up if you didn't get a brochure. Look at it, give us that, it's real interesting. Yep. You have an issue brochures? Yeah, I have a look at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh, Charles is on.
Oh, there, I see a couple of hands online.
Tammy had her hand up first.
Okay. Tammy, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. It's been a while since I've Zoomed and I had to Google how to raise my hand, so this is going well. So my concern is, I'm trying, hang on. Hi, not very good at this. My new business is concerned about consistent complaints of people that have moved into commercial historic business district, that have moved into residential areas complaining about truck noises, calling the police all the time for what they consider noise pollution. Thoughts from you guys as far as what we can do to educate them or to just discourage people from moving into historic business district if they're not going to deal with living in a business district.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying. You think there's new people moving to town, but they're moving into vacant spaces in the business district, and then they're complaining about the noise?
Yes, sir. Exactly what's happening. We've had the police come to us a few times at the Trigger Cafe. One about decibel noises for stuff we've been doing. At the end of this month will be 30 years I've owned the grid.
So it's sort of like a right to farm issue, only it's a right to do business issue.
I agree, but the police told us they had stopped responding to this individual because of their consistent complaints. They're yelling at our delivery drivers. They're just being challenging, and I don't know kind of the best way to approach it. How do we educate, which we like to do in our community, that that's not really an opportunity, that they can't change the way we do business just because they move there.
We
Gosh, that's a good
looked
question.
into this during the idling discussion, right?
Right.
That came up about someone over there by the trigger, guessing maybe the same person complaining about delivery trucks, refrigerator trucks idling.
And that it's allowed. I mean, there's a state idling ordinance, but it allows people to idle if they've got a refrigerated truck. So I'm not sure, Tammy. I think we could have staff reach out to this person and try and have a conversation. My approach, as most of you would probably know, is that, I would even possibly myself try and arrange a meeting with them, sit down in person, have a discussion, try to explain to them that this is the way businesses have to operate in the business district, and that there's really nothing. They basically don't have any grounds for complaints when it's talking about things that are allowed. So we can have staff take a look. If the staff thinks it makes sense, I can reach out to them and try and have a conversation. But I think, not sure what else we can do, quite honestly. And it's just kind of common that sometimes there's somebody that decides they need to be the squeaky wheel, and hopefully eventually they'll realize that they're not getting anywhere, and they'll calm down. But
So.
Well, maybe even just an educational opportunity for the people that own rental properties in the business district, just to educate.
Yes.
There are people that, because if they're upset about what's happening during summer, wait till the snow plows. Because that's louder than us, you know? But when I have my delivery drivers, really frightened and concerned because they're calling the home office and such like that. It's just a challenge. And I mean, I've dealt with it before. I've been here for a long time. This is not the first or last person, but I just don't know in our version of education, is that something we should just make sure people are aware of if they move into a business district?
Yeah, so I do think, Tammy, that, it's a good idea, maybe if we can have like a one pager, like a bullet point. Because when we didn't pass the previous item ordinance request, I think some people don't realize there is a state item ordinance already in effect. And so maybe just like hey, these are the 5 or 10 or whatever number of bullet items that you should know, like this is allowed, this is not allowed. That we can refer people to, even if it's just like a link on the website. So that people know if they're consistently upset about something that is allowed in the state ordinance, that then we can at least direct them and say, hey, like, this is allowed, this is not allowed based on the state requirements. And so it might be worth staff time just to have like a one pager on the website that we can direct people to understand what is legal and what is not legal with the current state ordinance.
I think that's a really good idea. So we can have staff do that.
That would be
And,
great.
keep me posted, Tammy. If it continues to be an issue, I can reach out and see if the person's willing to have a conversation with me. I'm happy to do that.
I think, and I can't tell you the person's name because I don't know it. We just had interactions like when they ran into my business to complain about a dump truck parked in the alley that was supposedly mine, or the restaurants, which was educational and interesting to wonder why we'd have a dump truck outside. But so yeah, so I can't, but the police can probably tell you who that is. I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do. We'll put out a one pager to all the property owners in the historic business district, educating them about things that they're gonna have to be willing to accept if they're gonna choose to live in the historic business district. So we'll definitely do that for you, for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Yep, appreciate you. All right, Paul, you got something for us? You there, Paul? Paul Choate?
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. This is Paul Choate, owner of DBA Kate's Place on 615 Clinton Street. I know all of you. You're doing a great job. I appreciate what you do, but I do have something I would like to air. As of Tuesday, I walked up to the front door of Kate's, and there was a picture of a bunch of drag queens telling me the dates that Clinton was closed. The date and times. It was 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. As most of you know, I am open from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. I looked at the June 10th meeting. There has been a lot that has happened in our community since June 10th. I realize that. My issue is I get emails constantly by the second on when I need to pay my taxes to the town of Ridgway. I have no problem with the festival that is being held on Clinton Street, or the mural, or the drainage that needs to be fixed. All I ask is that I am notified. So do my employees. so does everyone involved. I looked at the June 10th meeting, and there was about one comment, Miss Lakin, that was ever heard, and it was, well, I'm glad that it's being held in the core of the business district in Ridgway. To me, I close it too. There's going to be porta potties. My bathrooms will be locked, considering last time I tried to do anything Noel night, I had paper towels ripped off the men's bathroom wall. And yes, there are several businesses on that street, and they are the core. And I love each and one of the owners and patrons and everything else. But the issue is there was no discussion about the other businesses on that street that will be negatively affected, especially in a crisis time in this town. And I would appreciate thought to all that. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate your comments. Sorry you feel negatively impacted. I think,
Were local business owners not told of the closure?
I think everybody was notified, and I think, Paul, you said you actually mentioned you talked to the Pride group a couple months ago, if I'm not mistaken, but you know, people were reached out to. We can get with the Pride group and make sure that they are doing an adequate job of letting everybody know, but I believe they went to some lengths to do that. Like I say, at least a couple months ago. So I totally empathize with your concerns. We'll take them, make note, and try and do a better job next time. That's about all we can do now. I'm sorry to hear that your paper towel dispenser got ripped off the wall at Noel night. I don't know why people feel like they need to vandalize things. We have a huge vandalism issue at the gazebo or the pavilion bathrooms here in Town Park. It's just a problem. But we'll do our best going forward.
May I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
I really don't understand why we have to shut down that block, especially where I make my money and pay my tax dollars and yours. When there is a stage that has been built right down the block, and there are 3 other parks available. It is affecting my business.
That question for you.
I do not appreciate it. Yes, I'd love to take it.
So I totally understand where you're coming from. However, I believe, like, truly, that council was trying to bring humans onto Clinton Street. So then they would patronize restaurants, patronize the shops. We were the intention behind why Clinton Street is blocked off to vehicular traffic is so we can have people walking around, people in the streets. It's going to bring more humans, more tourists, more business to those businesses on Clinton Street is why.
That was certainly the goal.
I'd like to respond to that. My business closes at 2 p.m. The Clinton Street will be shut down at 10, if not earlier, 10 a.m. That will affect my business, and that will affect the tax dollars going to that office. That's what I'm having a hard time understanding. My patio will want to be, or almost required to be used. I don't want to be tacky about it. I have no problem. Like I said, it can be a cowboy fest or road construction. I would like to know from the town, or even a mural, which I fought head and tooth and helped keep parking open for businesses on Clinton Street to be open. And I just, you know, it's a slap in my face, and it's a slap to everybody that pays this community taxes. I love what you guys do. I wish I could afford to sponsor and donate towards music in the park. I think it's a great thing, but you know, the thought that this is helping everyone's business, sure, maybe 75%, but I'm in the negative 25, so that's all I wanted heard.
Well, thanks, Paul. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else?
Robin Cascade, resident here since 2008. And I just first want to say thank you, council, staff, Marshall's office, for all your work during this summer. It hasn't been an easy time for leadership, and I just want to express my gratitude. And I've come to talk about something that I've been thinking about for a long time, and that is water availability and development. I will share that I know very little about residential development and how that all works, and I'm not on the planning commission, and I haven't sat through any of those meetings. I just know that we've been under water restriction year after year, and so it's more a question as well as just expressing a concern that we seem to continue building residential structures. Not only infill, which we've talked about is important to do, but also starting in the periphery and you know, beyond what is available right in town. Or I should say in the center of town. And I just wonder what the plan is to account for the need for water as we keep expanding and building, particularly when the folks who already live here and have homes are being told there's not enough water. I'm only aware of one development in process in particular, which is the preserve, but there may be others. And so I don't know if this is an appropriate time for anyone to assuage some of my concern, or if I'm supposed to be directed to read something that I don't know about yet.
Well, tomorrow night, August 13th, from 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the Decker Community Room, there is a community open house for the town of Ridgway's Housing Action Plan and the Master Plan of Water Supply Element.
Fabulous.
So, yes,
Be there.
let me know.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
back on that.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Cascade, I'd love to meet with you individually if you'd like to talk about all the guiding documents the town has in place that will inform the water supply element development. It's already been drafted. Of course, it's in draft form. That'll be a main focus of tomorrow evening's open house. Bottom line, I mean, we could talk about this for a long time, but we have a lot of good supply assessment and other guiding documents in place that show that the town can accommodate growth to a certain number of levels, or I should say, in a lot of different growth scenarios with climate change implications thrown in there. And I'll probably leave it at that, but there's a lot more technical information you'll need in understanding what the town can accommodate through 2050, I would take. So if you reach out to me, we can set a time and chat. Hope to make you feel a little more comfortable about the outlook for growth and where we're really at with our water supply on any given summer. This summer was pretty intense. It goes without saying.
Yeah.
But we have a water conservation and management plan that we follow to the T. That guides when we go to voluntary water restrictions, mandatory water restrictions, or beyond that. I'll be candid, sometimes there's times where it doesn't feel like it's necessary to venture into some certain stage of water restrictions, but it's important to abide by the plans we have in place. And that's why, I'm sorry to be long-winded, but that's why it's been on our list for some time to look at our water conservation and management plan to make sure that if we need to, we modify the restriction levels if necessary. So I hope that's helpful.
Great. So what I'm kind of hearing is that, as always, Ridgway has it together, and my concern is perhaps not as founded as I believe.
I really appreciate you coming here, and I will say this too. I mean, I do get a number of folks coming in or calling asking about water outlook, understandably. I hope everyone in this room and on Zoom knows that Ridgway is in a really great spot with water and our water supply. We just have to be very diligent about how we use it. And that's part of the education. We've been talking about education that the town needs to make strides on to ensure that everyone understands where we're at. So
Great.
I hope that's
We all share the same concerns, for sure.
And Polly, what time tomorrow?
4:30 to 7 PM in the upper room.
Great, thank you. I'm
Ian,
embarrassed.
got a flyer for you.
Thanks, Laura. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Anyone else? Public comment?
My name is Kyle Ronimus. I live in the county, I don't live in town. But twice a day, I come into your beautiful town to shop or get gas or do some errands, but mainly, the main reason I come in is to walk my dog. And for years now, I've taken the same exact route. I'll park over at Chipeta. And the first thing I do is grab a couple food bags out of your always full food bag boxes. And I'll grab one in case my dog goes, and then one in case I come across a couple others that the owners maybe didn't see their dog go. Then I'll say hi to my friends at pickleball courts. I'll walk down to the baseball diamond. I'll go up through Solar Ranch. Depending upon our energy, I'll take the lower, the middle, or the upper trail over to your amazing open space. I'll walk across the open space to the long, narrow park at the end there. I always forget the name. And then we'll come back down to Chipeta. So I just want to say what a great job you guys, your park department does, keeping up your parks, keeping up the athletic field, the open space trails, the pocket parks all around town, this amazing place you have right here. So I wanted to make a little donation. I made a little donation last year for some bags. And I also wanted to say, props to the 2 young gals you have on your parks department right now. They're awesome. They when they're down at the athletic park, they kind of bring some joy down there. They'll talk to the dogs. They'll get off their mower now and then and talk to people. It's just nice to see. And then my last point is props to the fella who takes care of all your amazing gardens, little pocket gardens around town. I don't know his name. I talk to him now and then, but it's a really nice touch. Not many towns have. It's really beautiful. And I just want to say props to you guys for funding that. And you got a pretty darn good town.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle.
Appreciate it very much.
Can't say I'm gonna donate, not donate.
All right, anyone else with a public comment?
Something really quick.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone saw Shane Carrick's email about painting the skate park. I do genuinely think that's a very, very, very good idea. So there's not inappropriate things in a park that children are seeing, and love that for us to not have those items. And he also was speaking with Megan Gardner, who was in town recently, who is Michael Gardner's sister. Michael was very, very, very involved in getting the skate park funded, up and running, all of these things. And Megan gets comments and asks questions all the time about how people can donate money, how they can give back to something that Michael loved. And Megan always, points them in the direction of the Gardner Scholarship Fund, but she also said that she would love to help contribute to the supplies for painting the park. And I just wanted to get like a read on what everybody's thoughts were about.
Yeah, I should share that I've also been I can't remember if Shane copied everybody on that.
Yeah.
He and I continued talking about it. Melissa McChristian artist who submitted a design for the mural on the Space to Create building. She emailed me separately about a week before that saying she wanted to see a design she'd done of courthouse in Chimney Rock. Done somewhere in town because she just loves those mountains and she loves Ridgway. So I've reached out to her and Shane, and I am trying to put together a Zoom call next week sometime to just, including Megan, to just have initial conversations about what everybody thinks, could happen and how to pursue it, and I'll bring it back to staff and we'll get a little farther along with that. So.
Well, I'm
thanks-
glad
thanks for-
I responded to Shane as well. I think it's a great idea. I just had no idea of funding. I assume there's nothing in the budget to know, where you go when new proposal comes up, so. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we spend not an insignificant amount of money every year cleaning up the graffiti that is pretty frequently done, but.
And you can pass along that email, I haven't seen it.
So, okay, I'm sorry to talk, I will copy you on,
I'm on it.
and I'll copy you on further
Yeah, I also.
conversations with Shane and Melissa and Megan.
And I did tell them too that we have that line item for athletic park improvements. Maybe it fits in that category, I don't know, but
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea in terms of like longevity, like Shane said, like constantly cleaning graffiti off actually reduces. I don't know, it hurts the concrete because of constant cleaning off, so I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and I don't know if everybody knows about Michael Gardner, born and raised in Ridgway, world-class mountaineer who was sadly killed in a climbing accident, a year and a half ago, I think it was. And, I mean, he was sponsored by Arc'teryx and he touched so many people. I have no doubt in my mind that there are, significant potential donors towards a project like this, knowing that he would be involved. And, our former neighbor Raul Chanda was also instrumental in that, and I've been keeping him appraised of it too. So I think it's a great idea. I think we've got a lot of potential for making it happen.
That's it.
Yeah, thanks. One last call for public comment. Busy one tonight. All right, with that, we will go to the next item, which is the work session with the planning commission. Item number 9, joint work session with the planning commission to review the draft 2026 Town of Ridgway Housing Action Plan, discuss the project process and provide feedback. And
Everyone, hi.
gentleman from Points Consulting here as well, I believe.
Hi, I just want to introduce our consultants. We have Brian Points from Points Consulting and Mike Manning. You've met some of the other Points Consulting people when they did the housing needs assessment, and when they were here for some early outreach for the housing action plan. So I will let them take it away.
Great, thanks for being here, guys.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you again. Got some slides here.
And just to make, we've got 2 planning commissioners here in the room as well.
Great.
A third one just coming in.
4,
Okay,
5.
good. Well, you all are.
Yes.
Still right. Okay, well, this is for the planning commission as well. So we're here to give you an update on where we're at on this housing action plan and water supply element. I'll note that we're building on top of the foundation that we established with the housing needs assessment last year. Importantly, we're always seeking to both serve the town with something that they can actually use and implement, but also seeking to meet the guidelines of State Senate Bill 24-174, which is the big one that addresses housing and how communities need to plan for housing. So we've followed the process and the expectations that they have. There's an abundance of materials that Department of Local Affairs, or DOLA, I'll just refer to it as DOLA, probably most people know it by that name, on how to meet those requirements. We've done that previously with a housing action plan that we completed for the city of Fruta in January. So we also have provided evidence that we can follow those processes and pass the state's litmus tests. So I'm going to give a little bit of an overview of what we're going to talk about before passing it over to Mike. Here's the general outline of what we'll be going over. And this one's always the best place to explain where we've been and where we're going. So about 3 weeks ago, when we last talked to you all, we told you, we'd given you kind of a rough idea of what was going to be in the Housing Action Plan implementation plan. There's now all of those details are included within the draft document that we've provided. So that includes what parties are going to be involved, how long we expect those things to take, what category they fall into, according to DOLA standards, and the specific articulation of how we were going to recognize that you've been successful making progress on those particular actions. We've tried to be really detailed about it. So in your packets, the material that you have is one of them is this. And it starts, just note, with a generic version, and then it gets to a very detailed version later. So it looks quite long, but note that it's kind of, the size is double because there's both a general and a detailed version. And where we go from here is basically we're finalizing that vetting of the policies over this next roughly couple of weeks. We've submitted an internal draft to our steering committee, which includes Angie, Preston, some members of both the planning commission and town council. And once we get all of that feedback on the materials, we'll submit that for our final draft. That final draft, we take to DOLA at that point for what they call courtesy review. So basically just, are we meeting the standards? Yes, no, is there anything we need to keep up on before we officially submit it, so there's no surprises, and also put it out for a 30-day review. Again, all according to the standards of and the timelines that we're supposed to follow. And then by the end of October, mid-October, really, should be completed with the project. So other things going on right now. There's a town hall happening tomorrow night, 4:30 to 7 at the Decker, for all of those people in this crowd who love to talk about housing and water supply. And I know for a fact there's at least one person. But I hope there's more as well. So that's the opportunity for the community to come share their opinions with us. We'll have all of these materials printed out. We'll have water supply. We have a couple of 2x3 kind of posters with details on them, so people can read that and engage with those materials. So should be a good time if anybody wants to join tomorrow night. So before I pass off finally to Mike, I'll just note that so you all know numerous members of our team at this point. Myself and Robin primarily worked on developing out this framework, but Mike on our team was the one that's really spent the past couple of weeks really fleshing it out. So he has real mastery of the materials. So I'll just let him do the walkthrough. But before I do that, any comments or questions?
Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Well, good evening, council and commissioners. I'm really happy to be here in this beautiful town. It's breathtaking, the views here. It has been really fun to learn about this community and the housing needs. And in your packet, you'll see that we provided a letter giving you an overview of the implementation matrix that we provided. This one that Brian just showed and I'm holding in my hands might look a little different than the one that you have in your packet. The only reason it looks different is we made it a little prettier. Added some more color and branding to it. Otherwise, the content is completely the same. So with that being said, in that letter, we did provide clarification that we understand that this is a lot of material, a lot of actions that we're discussing, and getting all your thoughts out in one session or one evening may not be realistic. So I invite you to provide more comment after this meeting, after you have more time to digest to the email provided in that letter. And with that being said, next slide, please. Oh, I've got it. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so Yeah, so in this presentation, I'll be going over the recommendations and the subsequent action plan that we go into great detail about. Those are separated into 5 key groups. The first of that group is policies and procedures. We'll go into more details on the goals associated with that. Providing for future housing, of course, the very important focus of this whole effort. Workforce housing enhancement. Momentum building so that this effort can come to fruition, and then life cycle housing provisions. So all of these groups sensibly put out those goals and actions into their respective categories to hopefully make them easier to understand and digest. This provides broad overview of the goals that I'll be going over. I'll be going over each of these groups in more detail and discussing the actions associated. But like I said, these 5 groups are how we split them out. And we can start by going into group number 1. So looking at that policies and procedures group. Again, like I stated, in your packet, you have the condensed version of this implementation matrix, and then the more extended version. These slides here are going to help us have this conversation, and I invite any commissioners or council members, if you have questions as we go, let's have the conversation. You don't have to wait till the end, because I know this is a lot of information. So our first goal is enhancing the speed of public review and hearings, obviously very helpful to housing production. You'll see there that we list the time frame, short-term, mid-term, and long-term and ongoing. Short-term means we're looking at 0 to 1 year. Mid-term, we're looking at 1 to 3 year. Long-term, 3 to 5. Or more, and then ongoing, of course, is an effort that doesn't have any defined time. So with that first one, enhancing the speed of public review and hearings, the key themes you'll find in those actions are, of course, faster permitting, improvements to the process that are currently in place, and then adding some predictability. And then the next goal, simplify townhome and condominium process. So we want to stimulate the production of townhome and condominiums where appropriate in Ridgway. By doing that, or to do that, those actions look at some regulatory reform, exploring how attached housing is built and approved in Ridgway, and then back to streamlined review. And then supporting affordable and workforce housing. The key themes of those actions, of course, are providing incentives to build those workforce housings, and then the development pathway to see those projects come to life. Then accessory dwelling unit and modular housing enhancements. This is a midterm goal. The key themes is stimulating the accessory dwelling unit production and adding incentives to modular housing and ADU production. And then modernizing development review. So this kind of relates to the first one of making things more timely and efficient. But the themes you'll see there is digital permitting, some leveraging of AI. So there's currently some software out there that might be of benefit to Ridgway that helps simplify basic code review and plan review and site plan review to make for more quick permit review. And then pre-approved small infill housing. So infill housing, of course, is a strategy that to add to your housing supply. So this would look like creating permit-ready plans and, defining those design standards, to best support the housing goals of Ridgway. So with that being said, with what opportunity you've had to look at the matrix, is there any comments or questions on any of the goal one, any of the goals for group one or the actions you see in there?
So it's really comprehensive. So,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I do, know.
Not because we don't care, because
Oh.
we covered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very well written, very extensive.
I'm very excited to share with the community tomorrow. Okay, well, that'll take us to the next group. Sorry, folks. There we go. Okay. Thank you. So our next group, providing for future housing, of course, very important. That first goal relates to the land banking program. This is a long-term goal. The themes you'll find in those actions are, the strategic acquisition of land, building partnerships, and then, focus on where this funding's coming from. Number two there is education on deed restriction. This can be more short term. Those themes there, you're looking at long-term affordability, educating public and developers, and, preservation of that, that housing. And the next one is, community land trusts and home trust expansions. This is a long-term effort. Those themes of those actions are, permanent affordability, building partnerships. You're gonna see that repeated a lot. That's gonna be really important for the long-term success here, is the partnerships that Ridgway creates. And then property acquisition, employer-sponsored housing. This of course ties into the workforce housing that is needed and so important. So it's like employer housing, once again, partnerships, and working directly with the workforce and their needs. And then the next one is a missing middle pattern book. So this focuses on missing middle housing, and building a pattern book. This will be led by the city that identifies patterns as it relates to missing middle housing in Ridgway. I'm sure you've all heard of missing middle housing and how it is a tool used for helping with housing troubles in communities. This is something that Ridgway can leverage, and we want to give you the opportunity to leverage that. And then priority housing locations, location. That is those themes relate directly to where infrastructure is the best or how it can be improved related to housing development, strategic site selection, and then monitoring and understanding housing growth. And then water supply and infrastructure capacity. As was mentioned earlier, we have a whole water supply element that was drafted that we're gonna be sharing with the public tomorrow, and are excited to discuss with you. But those actions you'll see within the implementation matrix are gonna be related to water planning and focusing on the infrastructure and long-term goals of the infrastructure. So with that being said, any questions or comments at all with group two's implementation actions or the goals we set?
Again, very comprehensive, I think. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, this next group, workforce housing. Of course, important. The first goal we have that can help support workforce housing is that accessory dwelling unit education program. So educating on the importance of, or the the way that ADUs can be utilized and how they can be, they can be a way to add more units to your housing supply. So this would look like homeowner education, focus on the ADU code and policy in Ridgway, and then outreach, of course. The second goal is locals first housing exchange. So the themes you'll find in those actions are, of course, looking at that workforce housing, exploring housing exchange, and then engagement with the landlords to, of course, ensure that the folks that live and work in Ridgway can be housed in Ridgway. And then
exchange?
Yeah.
the housing exchange, yes. We go into.
We're talking about like an online portal, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to double check my language in the matrix before.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. Like an online portal that provides insight into housing availability. And then
I
the,
just add something.
I
that I might-
It's, you're not actually, it's.
You're not
an
exchanging
exchange,
it.
sorry.
I get it, I get it, an exchange.
We'll just-
There are a number of things that we've built into this that we wanted to make sure that we're not just providing rules. You know, thou shalt do all these things. But some more voluntary types of activities, and this is one of them that if people understand it, they have the education and the understanding that housing can be really a challenge for people who are trying to work in this community and provide a benefit to it. There's a lot of people who are like, I will forego higher income to help with this issue. But you gotta give them a place to go and
Yeah,
a way to-
absolutely.
So.
And usually it's word of mouth, right? Cause you're not gonna advertise it.
Yeah, just anecdotally, a few years ago when I was working at the medical center, we were trying to hire a new medical provider. And that person wasn't gonna be able to move here because of housing costs, and we put out a call for help on Facebook, and literally a local reached out to us and said, I will rent my condo under market value to get a new medical provider in town, and that's how that medical provider relocated to our community. And now 5 years, oh gosh, too long, and that's 7 years later, still lives here. And so I like the idea of like, this was a local who had no idea that was a concern and a reason that a new medical provider couldn't move here. And it literally changed the trajectory for getting a new medical provider in the county. So it's a great idea. I mean, when I think of more like for a medical provider, a teacher or whatever, like have like an affordable housing to get their foot in the door, to learn how to, if that person now actually owns a home here, you know, whatever, but it's a cool idea that has been used before.
yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's an exact example of success that you can see from this. Our next goal is focused on incentivizing mixed use development. So that looks like in the name focusing on where to put that mixed use, walkability, and then how we can stimulate the local economy with mixed use. Any questions or comments on the actions in the matrix for group 3? Okay, momentum building, how we can get the engine running on this. So the first goal there focuses on incentivizing ADUs for the workforce. You know, those key themes you'll see in the actions are again, workforce housing, accessory dwelling units, and what financial incentives would be helpful to reach that outcome. The next goal is the housing funding strategy. The funding is obviously a really important component of this. So the themes you'll see in the actions there is going after grants, and then, of course, partnerships. And then, a housing action plan dashboard and performance tracking. So the idea of this would be, like a simple online portal that, folks could, see, housing goals that are set by, council and the commission and see, what the progress is on those. It'll be, something that could be useful for you guys as you facilitate conversations, and of course, the public as they see, this process, moving forward. And then, federal housing funding readiness. So these actions are focused on making sure that Ridgway is ready for grants. And then, strategically planning for funding that can come from the federal level to help support these efforts. And then, lastly is, developer communication and outreach. So working, hard with your developer community, creating good relationships with them, recruiting developers that can help, bring, the housing aspirations of Ridgway to life. Good marketing and communication strategies to ensure that the public knows your goals and, can participate in, like we are tomorrow, speaking with the public, letting them know about this effort. Any comments or questions at all about these actions? Okay, well, that brings us to our last category, which just has one action in here. This is, the life cycle housing provisions. And this action is aging in place. So it's important that, folks can age in place in the community, and that's directly related to housing, of course. So in those actions, you'll see, home modifications focus, helping folks navigate housing, and how Ridgway can best support the goal of aging in place for folks. Any questions on that? I believe that one might only be one or two actions, but
It's important. It's
Yeah.
great.
okay. Well, that'll take us to an overview of, this is, all the actions as you'll see outlined in your implementation matrix. We separated them out by what's in the short term, and all the way down to long term and ongoing. Just so you, can understand which ones you can start tackling first and which ones will take a little bit more time. And yeah, we are excited about the things that this could do for Ridgway. And I encourage you folks, if you do think of anything in the coming week, to please email me with any comments on this. Like we said, we're holding that public workshop tomorrow. We're really looking forward to hearing what the public has to say about this and making sure that they're in the loop and they have ownership over the future of housing in Ridgway.
What time is that again?
That's from 4:30 to 7 in Deckard.
Anybody in the audience have questions for these guys? Either online or in the room? Okay, question. Planning Commission? Well, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we need to hear you.
Jack Petroselli, 540 Marion Overlook. My only question is some of the timing. Like I personally feel as a citizen, but also as a planning commission member, that workforce housing should be a short-term agenda instead of a long-term agenda. So I see that as more critical than a long-term time frame. So my question was just the timing.
Yeah.
Short-term goal.
Short-term goal, yeah.
We always need workforce housing, so.
That was my assumption.
I mean, it's a kind of continual process, but I think what you're saying, Jack, is that it's a higher priority.
Yeah. I think it should get promoted.
Okay. Noted. Yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah, for me, that being long-term just meant that it was gonna be ongoing. I guess it could be.
it does, yeah, I can see it either way.
But definitely a priority for us.
That was
my interpretation as well, which is one of those, I was like, so today.
Yesterday?
Well, and I also worry about the employer provided workforce housing because then if you quit your job, you lose your place to live, right? So I
Yeah.
think there's a place for employers, but I wonder if you guys maybe have a plan on how that can work, how you're not, tied to your job. because
Sure.
We
Yeah.
don't need to go into it now, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah, one thing that comes to mind that I see a lot with workforce employer provided housing is a lot of times I see it used in the healthcare field where for things like traveling nurses or temporary attending physician.
Yeah,
That's so it definitely needs to be a deliberate and well calculated thing, but
Yeah.
hopefully this will provide guidance and.
So we've seen some good examples of collaborative projects in the Midwest where it's say multiple manufacturing businesses that go together to build out something. The lighter version of that is, hey, let's just build some houses because we know the people who work for us need them, and then we're done, right? There's no deed restrictions or covenants or anything like that. The heavier version of that actually is like, hey, there's a contingency here, and I suppose that at some point you say there needs to be enough supply, like that one program in itself isn't going to solve the problem. There's to be enough supply that people could float to other places should that something arise. Yeah. Question.
Any other comments up here or in the room?
I like to make comment, please.
Come on up, come.
Yeah, my name is Kuno, Olin Rider, I live in Ridgway for 40 years. And my comment, among other things, is that we've tried so hard to eliminate mobile homes because we think they're a scourge on our eyesight and they're not safe. All this other stuff that's associated with mobile homes. I think that's a mistake. Anywhere I go in the United States, you see every town has mobile homes and houses. I think we're lacking that, and we exclude a certain range of folks that can maybe afford a mobile home and to rent thereof rather than the housing that we're providing. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel. I don't think we're as opposed to mobile homes as you might think, but it's certainly a good point.
Maybe one more?
Come on up, Trace.
Hi, Terry Seal, 709 North Water Street. I did introduce another concept into the housing plan, which is, I think we need to talk more about starter homes. And I also I think we should consider, I've brought this up so many times, I get a lot of fight on it, but, residency-based deed restrictions. Meaning like you have to live here to qualify for homes, not so much income-based. I'd like to, we work a lot with, I call it subsidized housing, but that's not the right term. It's just deed restricted houses and there's a lot of restrictions on them. We want to build a local workforce and not just a subsidized workforce. I'm sorry, that's not the right word. But I really think starter homes and deed restricted residency housing is a really important piece that we're missing. I know Summit County does a version of it. They call it deed restrictions light. And maybe we could look into that and see where that falls.
That feels like a missing middle kind of idea.
I mean, that's what
like
I'm
a
all
residency
about.
deed restricted.
Yeah, we're doing great on the low end. Let's like bring it up a little bit more because there's some people that, the deed restrictions just don't work for. There's someone in the audience, Brooke, who was able to take advantage of one of the deed restricted houses we built, which wasn't based on income. And it's still a wealth building, but she's a great success story. She's here now, she's working for the town of Ridgway, and we need more people like her in our community.
Thanks.
Thanks, Trace. Yeah, thanks, Trace. In part because of some of the comments that Trace had earlier, we actually added something that wasn't just about low income and ADUs, but was focused on the concept that we had about infill, single family homes. Cause that can get ignored, and it was a good point, and we should talk more about what you're talking about, because I don't think it has to be one or the other, it could be both, and, you know.
All pieces, they're all pieces of
Yeah,
the
exactly,
solution,
we
absolutely.
don't wanna miss that.
So I love it, yes, and I mean, I know people in the community that have gotten approved for deed restricted housing, but then kind of looked at it and said, I'm not gonna be able to build any wealth, there's no equity, like I can't make this work for my life, for my family. So then they backed out of that process. And I think you're completely correct, having residents, deed restricted light or something.
Residency restricted, just residency restricted.
Residential restricted or something, and this is not, I have not thought all the way through this is not something that I am proposing. But just a concept I had the other day was, what if there were deed restricted housing until a certain point? Like, what if after you lived in that housing for 15 years?
We had some 10-year
Yeah.
ones before, and
How did that
the
go?
problem is it went great for the people who bought them, but we lose inventory, and that's the feeling we've gone with over the years has been, that's not ideal. And yeah, I think the thing I keep coming back to is that the housing issue is a giant puzzle, and there are a lot of different puzzle pieces. And I can see, you know, a sunsetting deed restriction being one small piece of the puzzle. But actually, one of Jack's first projects was I think it was 3 or 4 homes that had a 10-year sunset, and if you left before 10 years, it restarted with the next people who did. But I think everybody who got in on it was like, I'm gonna stay for 10 years so that I can get the equity. And we have school teachers and such in those homes, so it's been successful. It just ends up having homes come out of inventory, so.
Right.
I think it's been 20 years, and I think there are two restrictions still in place over 20 years, so it's worked well.
Yeah.
But it is just a piece of the puzzle. I think this idea of occupancy required is really good, because we've spoken about it on the planning commission about trying to eliminate second home ownership in town, and then the renting of second homes. So this is the same issue. So if we had a street or a small subdivision that required no rentals or no short-term rentals and occupancy only, would really help what she's talking about.
Cool. Anybody else? Comments, questions?
Okay, I'll just close up with one more comment for I'll get back to the rest of your agenda. The DOLA's deadline for completing the housing needs assessment, housing action plan is January 1st of 2028. You all are on the front end of this, which is fantastic. 2027, everywhere in the state is going to be busy with all these things. And if we can get this stuff submitted a bit on the earlier end, DOLA's going to love you, which is great, right? Because it doesn't just take energy, it also takes funding. And so, you know, for whatever the state agency is, not just DOLA, you can show that you're aligned, that you've got your ducks in a row. It's really hopefully going to set you all well. So
Great point.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
We've built on that relationship with Dole over the years.
Yeah.
Shown that we get things done ahead of schedule, and that's really helps. Thank you. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to skip item number 10. Item number 11 is the presentation on the Ridgway free box concept.
So John, are we done? The workshop done?
Yep. I don't think we formally opened the motion, so thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jack.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Oh. Hang on. But is it possible for people to see?
She's on Zoom.
There's 5 7?
You can just share your screen on Zoom.
I shared it.
Can you show her how to share her screen? Yeah, she's not on Zoom, she's just there.
Is it the one-page document? Do you have a PowerPoint? Okay, yeah, I don't have that.
And he can't show a keynote on a PC anywhere, so can you show it from your laptop?
She joins the.
You just
she joins the meeting.
You have to get on Zoom. Sorry, just didn't mean to cut you on.
Oh, no. It was the same thing.
Okay, so you wrote this.
Way down there, maybe you should move in on well.
I know, the only reason I'm all the way down here is, my iPad is slowly dying and I'm attached via. There it is. We're having our, floors redone and there's a charger somewhere in the U-Haul. Do I know where that is? That's not my business.
You better move everything in.
Everything is out of our house except for like the outfits that I'm wearing for the next week.
Thanks for your patience, everybody. We'll get back on schedule here in a second.
As I like to say when I'm having technical issues, your meeting is very important to us. Please hold. Thank you for laughing at my bad joke, Sue.
I saw that.
I've never seen like a
Face like that.
It's
just doing it.
I love it.
Johnny, how's your vacation?
Decided that we were
So it's not so.
Thanks for your patience, everybody.
That was what gives the.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's changing. That was just what he said, because in July, that one of the last. Oh. Now you might want to wait a second, it's getting lost.
Sure.
Yeah, so. And then share your screen, but it would be was on 27 promise. Whether she got it.
A while ago. It's a
All right, thanks for your patience, everybody. Go ahead, Ariel. Ariel.
My name is Ariel Hessler. I'm a rising junior at Ridgway Secondary School. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. I really appreciate it. This is my proposal for a Ridgway free box.
Sorry, 1 second. Hey, Kuno? Kuno,
Okay, go on.
we can't hear her running.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry, just. So I'm not sure what's going on. Ah, the joys of technology.
Yeah.
Great when it works.
Welcome to my world.
There you go. I know. Whenever I hit play, my mouse disappears, so I'm just gonna,
Just use the arrow keys.
okay.
We'll just hear it on.
Okay. A free so what is a free box? A free box is a publicly accessible cabinet that allows people to share gently used items such as books, clothing, culinary ware, games with one another. And community members can donate items they no longer need, and anyone can take items that could be useful to them. The concept is based on trust, generosity, and reducing waste. And similar sharing cabinets and free pantries have been successful in communities like Telluride and Grand Junction because they are very simple to use, inexpensive to maintain, and appeal to a sense of community that I think is present in many of these towns. For instance, many of you may be familiar with the Telluride Free Box. I've spoken with the woman who operates it, and part of her dream is to have these free boxes present in many communities across the Colorado Western Slope. And personally, my focus would be on clothing and outdoor gear because I believe that for many families who have growing children, there is a lot of waste created in sports and clothing and outdoor gear that gets used for one season and then never again. So my vision is for a free box that is organized, accessible, and welcoming to everyone. Ridgway is a generous community, but many residents are feeling the pressure of rising housing costs and the cost of everyday life. At the same time, many of these usable items end up discarded. My proposal is a simple and low-cost way to connect these resources with people who need them. Apart from the practical support for residents, this project would also promote sustainability by keeping usable items out of landfills and extending their lifespan. Of course, it would also serve as a visible reminder of the community values that we hold in Ridgway, such as generosity and mutual aid. This project, I believe, would encourage a culture of sharing and mutual support that I think is already very strong in Ridgway. This is my proposed design. It is a weather-resistant cabinet that takes into consideration the local conditions that Ridgway faces every year, such as rain and snow. So it has a sloped roof overhang made of corrugated metal, as well as neatly labeled and sectioned cabinets. It would be about 5 feet tall and 8 to 10 feet wide, with clear signage and compartments. This way, I hope that this free box would remain a long-term functional resource for the community that would also require minimal maintenance and avoid the vandalism that does come with having this kind of publicly accessible structure. I've spoken with a local carpenter, Matt Link, and obtained a preliminary construction estimate, which is very holistic. It covers having a painted, aesthetically pleasing cabinet with a metal roof to, provide for weather conditions. And based on that estimate, the total projected cost of the free box is approximately $1,920. This is built for long time use. And I think that this is a very reasonable estimate considering something that I hope would serve the community for years to come. To cover this cost, I am in the process of seeking funding from multiple sources. I applied to URA Kids Activity, URA Advocates for Kids for a grant of $1,000, which if I receive would cover more than half of the cost. I've reached out to Mount Snuffles Fund for Education and URA County Community Fund as well, and received a response from Mount Snuffles Education Fund, which was very positive. And they have passed it on to the board. And I'm also seeking funding from the town. I'm currently exploring potential locations. I've reached out to multiple local business owners, as well as the library. My ideal location would be one that is private and yet very accessible. I think it's important that people can get their items in an area that's not incredibly visible, but is also very easily accessible, is centrally located, and is ideally owned by a nonprofit or a private entity or potentially the town. My vision for the free box did not require any staff. Instead, it would have volunteers checking on it about once a week, made of high achieving students, which would pull from the National Honor Society at Ridgway High School. Many high school students are seeking community hours, volunteer hours. This is a good way for them to get in these hours while also serving a cause that I think is useful and applicable for many of these students. So the ask is to consider partial funding of the project. I would ask for $1,000 from the town council today. And I also love guidance contacts for funding further and in securing a long-term location. This would support a community resource that I really look forward to having and I think would be very useful and remain a resource that the community would really appreciate. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Ariel, that was great. Comments, questions from council?
I wonder if there is a zoning issue involved?
I can't think of one. It's just, as a free box, it's not carrying any commercial impacts. I wonder what second chance.
Private property?
Speaking of, without knowing, but I think something like maybe the backside of the library where there's a parking lot, ease of access, local, but not super visible. I like the idea. I think it's a great idea. I agree, like, I have a few school-age children in middle school and high school, you're right, like ski gear and hiking gear and all that stuff, sports gear, all of it, you're right, it does add up and you don't want it to go to waste. Not just waste, we do, yeah.
I have reached out, it's funny that you said the library, I have reached out to Amy Bear at the library to ask her about considering, placing the free box. I agree that it's a very good location because it's semi-private while also being central in the town.
Not many people park in the back side, yeah,
What did Amy say?
She hasn't gotten back.
She hasn't got back to you, good.
Like we did, I'm worried about long-term maintenance of it, and that's always been an issue in Telluride. Yeah, you're right, that I think there are, National Honor Society students, hopefully other people that would want to help maintain it, it's just the long-term maintenance there.
Telluride
spends a lot of money on the free box maintenance.
Yeah.
Like, I think, of between $50,000 and $100,000 a year.
These concerns are very valid. I spoke with this woman who operates the Telluride Free Box. She's hired by the town to operate the free box. She does this every day. She goes there for at least 30 minutes a day to reorganize things. She made a few comments about ways that she believes that a free box in Ridgway could require significantly less maintenance. One of the things that she said was that this would be a much smaller free box. Telluride Free Box is very big. It has its own location. And it's very popular. There's a lot of people coming by. Also, Telluride is extremely tourist heavy. When I've been there, I've seen many people dropping by expensive gear, which is great, but does create a lot of overflow. And I also believe she brought up the signage being an issue, that people place stuff poorly, that this free box is somewhat poorly labeled. It could have clear signage. And another thing that she suggested to avoid dumping, because that does naturally occur with clothing that's maybe not usable, that is unclean. That should be started is installing a trash bin nearby where people can just throw away things there. That would also be easier on volunteers because they could just pick out things that are 100% not usable and throw them away.
And I agree, I think hopefully it'll be less maintenance because we're less of a transitory community in terms of the lot of people that play right that come for our season.
Yeah.
And I would hope that, like our vision here is more like for like youth things, like long-term families who need gear. I would think it'd be more, hopefully used more in that manner. It's not so much people who are staying for one ski season of work or one summer season of work. So hopefully some of the concerns, etc., wouldn't apply here, but I like that you've asked the question, like you had a really good answer.
Other comments, questions on council?
I think it's a great idea. I also was curious about utilizing this space beside the bathrooms over here. It's already covered. It would have less of an issue. If there's parking, it could look like you're going to the bathroom. It could look like you're just hanging
Next
out.
to the picnic tables under the overhang.
Yeah, like, right there. And then it would also be more protected from inclement weather and these types of things. I think it's a great idea. Super smart.
But
that's all.
I benefited greatly from the free box, you know, when I was a youngster and then having kids, and it's great to be able to unload so much stuff there. I think, well, you know, the next couple of years, when you're still in high school, I imagine it would be just seamless. I just have to look ahead and wonder in 10 years, would the National Honor Society still be committed to it? And it's a real possibility that at some point, as it gains popularity, the town may have to take it over because people do tend to dump stuff. And they happen in the middle of the night and you never know, but I mean, I think a lot of people would love it. I think it would really thrive here. It's just, you start in small and then it grows into something and people depend on it. They want to make sure we have it, but then who foots the bill? So just want to weigh that off.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think that, you know, the values that I pointed out at Ridgway, the generosity and sharing would potentially help keep the free box more organized. I hope that it would be something that locals would rely on, not just a tourist place where you dump off the stuff you no longer need after a ski season.
Yeah.
I think that part of the problem with Telluride and the trash and dumping that they face is because it is, as a community, it's less tight knit than Ridgway. Ridgway is very focused on generosity. We're all very close with each other. And my hope would be that people would genuinely appreciate the free box and recognize that they play a large part in maintaining it, keeping it nice, keeping it usable.
I see one hand up on Zoom. Sue, go ahead. Oh, did we lose you, Sue? Sue, you had your hand up. Did you change your mind?
No, I didn't change my mind. It's when her slides are up, I'm having trouble accessing the speaker. Sorry about that.
Oh, there we go. Gotcha.
So I have my thrift shop hat on today. Ariel, it's a great idea. Yes, you're right. We are a tight-knit community. Second Chance pays for 2 5-yard dumpsters to be dumped 3 times a week with the excess overflow of unsellable items that we receive. And we have a full program of donations to other organizations. So I think it's really incumbent upon, and I don't know how you would even do it, like to have a trash service available there that wouldn't result in just anybody who comes by to use, wherever, the bathrooms or whatever, to dump their garbage there. So it's really, it's a great idea, but it's a giant management. And I agree with Trish. You guys, we kind of saw this with the Carry On Girls, with the bags, the bag ban, and it's awesome and it's great. And we try to carry it forward, but if you all are not there to do it, I don't know who does. So that's just the comment on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sue.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment, and I didn't know the numbers from Second Chance, but I'm not surprised. I mean, I donate second chance every year and it's a lot. I think once again, you have to have some faith in the community and hope that people recognize once it's installed, that it's a good resource and that we all play a part in maintaining it. It's nice.
So, Mayor, if I.
Yeah, go ahead, Preston,
I
thank
think
you.
there's two things here. Number one, Ariel's request is for a financial contribution to the project. So I think maybe that should be the focus here now. On the second piece about location, I really would urge some caution on this. Speaking from town staff on fixating on town property for the location of this thing for now, at least. In Ariel Center presentation, she's had conversations, we've met a couple times about some other potential sites on either property, which is good. So I can be available to provide more guidance on that. But if everyone's in agreement with that, but I think right now, if you all wanna give some consideration to a monetary fee.
Yeah, that was the question. Good point.
Thanks for bringing it back around.
What do we think?
I'm happy to, I mean, you had $1,000.
I'm applying to multiple grants in the
Yes.
hopes of achieving $1,000.
Yeah, okay, I mean, it feels as if.
I'm okay with contributing to Preston's consideration that maybe it should not be on town property, so it doesn't become a town thing to manage. Who says her issue is asking for contribution, not for management of it.
Yeah.
I like this, you should have to multiple. Foundations and grant places.
Well, the cost is increasing because there's the cost of the cabinets and the roof, and now there's gonna be cost of trash and how that's gonna be managed. I'm just reluctant. Sorry, sorry. I'm just reluctant, I think the upkeep's gonna be a big issue. Cause you're not there all the time and people are gonna drop off stuff. It's a big thing. I guess I don't have as much trust in people to do the right thing.
Well, people are, there's lots of people in town who would tell you that they find people dumping their trash in their dumpsters randomly all the time, so it's an issue. I mean, I think it's one of those things we probably have to, just give it a try. See how it works. We never know until we try, right?
Could we suggest contributing to it on the condition that it's not located on town property, so it's not ongoing maintenance for us? Yeah, sounds kind of crappy, I'm sorry, but like, just in terms of like, we're willing to contribute financially towards a great idea, but then. Because we parsed it or a couple more years,
Yeah,
and
I
then we deal with the headaches of it a little bit while we figure out the case in it, and. I don't know, just throw it out there.
Does Fuse do grants for things like these, for projects?
Not for things like these, but we do. We have the community grants. I'm also wondering if like just contributing like $750 or $500, that feels very low funding wise in the overall budget of town, and it would make a huge impact. And also like that feels like something we could feasibly do, question mark?
Yes.
I could totally then,
Yeah.
I'm also wondering if within NHS, does this become part of the ongoing NHS program that they oversee the free box in future years? Is that how you looked at it?
That's something that I would hope for right now, looking at it to get into NHS, so freshmen, people who are thinking about, getting into the society, they have to have a certain number of hours of community service. And for many of my classmates who are applying, this is a big challenge. I think it's 30 hours, it's hard to hit that. And I think that it's a good way to support a community resource. I think kids get a lot out of the free box. I go to the Teller free box all the time. And so it's something that's meaningful and also checks off those hours for you.
And if I can knock a little more thing there, so Aaron, I think and we talked about this a little bit, I think what we would want to see from the town perspective is some sort of guarantee that the students that you're talking about in NHS are gonna put forth volunteer hours toward that, right? It's one thing to say,
that's one avenue or one option they could put hours towards. Is everyone gonna do that? Maybe, maybe not. So I think we need to put some teeth to that or some sort of programming in place. So again, if we meet again, I'd be happy to, talk about that, maybe formalize some of that stuff. Again, I think right now, if there's any appetite for a monetary contribution to help get the project to fruition, that's the ask of it.
Sounds to me like there's consensus that donation of what, $750?
Yep.
Good starting point. Okay,
Thank you, I really
we
appreciate
probably
it.
need a motion to that.
Yeah, I would suggest a motion here.
Yeah.
I move to make a contribution to the Ridgway free box of $750 with the provided guidance that National Honor Society must put forth a commitment to oversee this new free box.
Activity.
Sorry, that was really bad.
Second.
You got that, Pam?
I'll second that slowly.
Was that better?
Motion.
I think the motion was made by Polly, seconded by Josie, am I right? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you for
I
making this.
really appreciate it.
Really appreciate you.
Nice work. All right, that takes us to get back to it. Takes us to public hearings. We have 3 tonight. And number 12 is first, it's a application for a restaurant liquor license for Soul Fire Group LLC. Members and shareholders Amy Brailsford and Israel Castro, doing businesses Fire Root Kitchen at 185 North Lena. Amy, you taking this?
I am. So, both Amy and Israel are here, and they are taking over what we all know actually as the old firehouse. They're taking over the full, building, as it was before, and, will also be operating on the north side, the open area. And they will, the only difference from the previous license to what they're applying for is they will not be using the sidewalk. They will be using their patios on both their north side and their south side, and then all their interior space. They have leased the premises from Firehouse Investment, and, as I said, they're leasing units 100, 101, 107, and the patio area on the north side, and also have access to the open area on the south side. And the application has been made as a concurrent review, so the application has already gone to the state, and we are looking tonight for council approval so that they can open their business soon. And they're here to answer any questions.
Great. Do you guys want to add anything or?
Yes.
Come on up, Israel.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm just really thrilled to be part of the community, same with my partner Amy. First of all, like I said, thank you once again, and we're really looking forward. We've seen the place, and that place is definitely was made for also community driven, and that is something that we definitely want to take over and actually do. I have the opportunity to sit with some people and then get some ideas as well on pretty much just try to execute and do the right thing. Not rushing anything, but just really once again going to that community. We're starting obviously on the banquet area, which we have it obviously available hopefully soon. And I want to start operating obviously the patio area, which is more local, it's just a local driven, it's just for, we have an incredible view as well of the concerts and everything that is going in the patio. So that is one of the main things that we really push into at this point right now. And then obviously, eventually we will open the restaurant with when the time is right.
Great.
I just want to share that with you.
We're excited. We're excited.
Thank you.
Anybody on council have any questions?
So you're gonna open the patio first and the restaurant later?
Yes, so right now I'm trying to do events and it's more an event driven, small meetings, breakfast, anything that we can do when it comes to the event area. And we're gonna focus and try to start serving food for the locals on the patio side. Between that time, I still wanna get some fun things for the guests and obviously for the community, like supper clubs, private dinners, chef dinners that I wanna really try to bring a couple of chefs from a different places and well, chefs knows that I actually know to actually create and have more of a food driven establishment pretty much and then more community as well.
Anything about?
Yes.
Anybody else have questions up here?
Sounds awesome.
Great. This is a public hearing, so we gotta open it up for public comment. Anybody?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Any comment either online or here in the room? Question? Going once, going twice. All right, so that brings us back up here. I will close the public hearing portion of the public comment portion of the hearing, and I suppose to go.
Ready for motion?
Yeah,
I move to approve the application for a restaurant liquor license from Soulfire Group LLC members and shareholders, Amy Brelsford and Israel Castro for the premises at 185 North Lena Street, conducting business as Fire Root Kitchen. Second.
great. Motion by Michelle, seconded by Polly. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Good luck.
There you go.
Best of luck. Excited for you all.
Can't wait to see it.
Good question. Do you guys have any idea of when you'll open? Are we talking months, weeks? Is there, you guys know how soon your timeline is for opening?
Well, I really wanna open, we already have our food permit, I really wanna shoot by the end of this month, maybe beginning of September.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Great, I can't wait.
Oh, sorry, just one last thing, I would definitely open, obviously of the process of the liquor license, if I open the patio, obviously it will be more of a mocktails, and just like fresh juices and stuff.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you. Sweet.
Okay. Thank you very much. That brings us to the next item, number 13, Hyde subdivision. A re-subdivision of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, block 14, town of Ridgway, location northeast corner of Hyde and South Charlotte. Address 847 and 845 Hyde Street, and it's zoned historic residential. Applicant Jack Young, owner Zach Young, and Chipeta Sunlodge LLP, care of Patsy and Jack Young. Take it away, Angie.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, this request is to re-subdivide one lot into two lots. Proposed lot 2 has an existing duplex at 485 and, or I'm sorry, 845 and 847 Hyde Street. While proposed lot 1 is a vacant property. I don't know if the applicant is here tonight. I didn't see them on Zoom. So the applicant is not here to answer any questions, but hopefully my presentation will suffice. The proposal is displayed here. The purple dashed line shows the current lot boundaries. The gold line is the proposed subdivision line, creating the two lots. And the blue is the existing duplex structure on lot 2. There's also these red boxes shown, which are 2 stairways located off the back of the duplex that will require modification to meet the dimensional standards of the zone, specifically the side setback. And all setbacks are displayed. There is a note calling for the removal of the wooden stairs on the plat as well. So in the master plan's future land use map, the subject property is within the town core neighborhood area. And duplexes and other small multifamily residential uses are contemplated in this area. The property is zoned historic residential. And again, in this area, duplexes are supported. Other types of residential development is also supported. Your packet discusses some outdoor storage use on the vacant lot, or proposed lot in the historic residential zone. It's not allowed to have outdoor storage. on a vacant property. And I'll cover this a little bit further, when I get to the staff recommendation and the planning commission recommendation. But just pointing that out, that there's some discussion about that in your packet. So this is the plat here, and the plat in your packet is not in its final form yet. So before recording, there are some red lines for the applicant to address. And you'll be able to see the minor staff red lines within the materials that still need to be addressed before recording. And that has also been added as a recommendation for a condition of approval. A lot of the dimensional standards for lot 1 won't be able to be reviewed until building permit. There is no building proposed at this point. Staff isn't sure what the plan is for lot 1. For lot 2, the duplex will remain, and besides the stairs encroaching, it meets all of the dimensional standards. So on your screen are the approval criteria for re-subdivision from Ridgway Municipal Code 752J. And the planning commission recommendation followed staff recommendation when we took the application to the regular meeting in July. Condition 2, discussing outdoor storage on the lots, has been addressed by the owners. They've cleared the lots of outdoor storage materials in the time between that meeting and now, rendering the condition requiring compliance before the plat is recorded as unnecessary to include. So I want to point that out. And then in the staff recommendation, that condition is removed, but a new condition has been added to explain that the red lines need to be addressed before recording the document. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thanks, Angie. You guys have any questions for Angie?
I may have missed it, Angie, but are you going to require the applicant to then include stairs in a different direction off of the question?
The applicant hasn't decided exactly what they're doing yet, but they might be replacing the doors in the back with windows. That was kind of the the new plan potentially. But the stairs are encroaching a foot and a couple of inches. So they could actually reduce the stair a little bit to meet the setback. The setback is only 3 feet. So hopefully that helps.
Feels like it would be a good idea to have multiple exits.
Yeah, is there any fire code that needs for them to have more than one exit?
They have to have egress, so if it's a bedroom, then the window will have to meet the egress requirements for a bedroom. But I don't know the layout of the duplex units.
Yeah, it's not a bedroom in that, but they still would have egress whether it's a window or a door, so.
Yeah, the applicant will have to apply for a building permit. He's aware of that, so.
Okay, any other questions for Angie? And since the applicant is not in the room or on Zoom, we can't, unless that's him being made right now. I don't look like it unless it's Zoom user.
Really, it used to be 4 lots, switched to 1, then upgraded to 2, it was slightly offset, so it's not exactly the 2 that it used to be.
Yeah, it's not gonna be on the historically platted lot line, but
Okay.
ready for a motion.
No, we have to have public comment. Since this is about hearing, I'll open up public comment. Anybody in the room? Larry, want to come up?
Question.
Can you come on up, please, so we can hear you on Zoom and in the recording? Thank you.
I guess just a simple question for Angie. I just wondering.
Sorry, will you introduce yourself just so it's on the record?
Anybody that know me? Larry Coulter.
Just part of the record because it's a public hearing. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, we were here in the planning commission. And is this just a continuation of what was presented at that planning commission meeting, or is this a re-subdivision of what was done.
No, what, the reason it was at the planning commission is the planning commission gets to review an application like this, but they don't have final say. They just have to recommend approval to the town council.
Okay, so
that-
this is the final,
This is just the final approval.
I understand. Okay,
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom? I don't see any. Going once, going twice. I will close the public comment section of this public hearing and bring it back up here for discussion and motion.
Anybody? I move to approve the I subdivision or re-subdivision of lots 1 through 4, block 14, finding that the criteria set forth in RMC 7-5 2-2J3 have been met with the following conditions. 1, prior to the town recording the subdivision plat with the Uray County Clerk and Recorder's Office, all remaining red lines to the plat shall be addressed. 2, prior to the town recording the re-subdivision plat with Uray County Clerk and Recorder's Office, all signatures shall be obtained, and the remaining water and sewer tax fees and excise tax for all lots shall be paid. And 3, no subdivision plat can be recorded until the encroachment issues are addressed with the removal or reduction of the stair in the back of the duplex and the placement of sheds outside of setbacks and easements. Permits may be required for these actions. Great.
Great. Your second?
Second.
All right, motion made by Michelle, seconded by Trish. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. I have one more public hearing tonight. That is item number 14. Proposal for organization of Alpenglow Vista Metropolitan Districts, numbers 1 through 4, Town of Ridgway, State of Colorado, and approval of a consolidated service plan. Location North Laura Street, west side of McCall Street and Roundhouse Street, west of North Cora Street. Zone light industrial and mixed residential, owner Ridgway Triangle LLC. And I think Bo's gonna lead this one off for us.
Thank you, Mayor. So the slideshow is to supplement the materials that are in the packet. This is for 4 separate metropolitan districts, which would be at North Laura Railroad, kind of as it bends around. I know it's emphasized throughout the materials in the packet and throughout the presentation, but I kind of want to continue to emphasize this is not an approval of any of the underlying development, that there's still going to be the same kind of subdivision PUD process, whatever that looks like through the planning commission. This is for the approval of the creation of the metropolitan districts. It's a 19.6 acre development up to 150 residential units, 50,000 square feet of commercial and light industrial with a 20 to 25 year phase build out. Included in the materials in the packet, you could see some small boxes, which were the 4 metropolitan districts. I'll let the applicant speak to that, but those districts will be expanded based on the phased out development. So what is a metropolitan district? You look at the Colorado Special District Act. Special district means any quasi-municipal corporation and political subdivision organized and acting pursuant to the provisions of the Special District Act. The library district is a special district, fire protection district, Montrose Recreation District. So those are some of the regional special districts that we're aware of. There are also metropolitan districts. That's the request here. It's a type of special district. A special district that provides for the inhabitants thereof any 2 or more of the following services: fire protection, mosquito control, parks and rec, safety, protection, sanitation, waste disposal, streets and improvement. Metro districts are a type of special district commonly used to finance improvements, may impose taxes and fees and incur debt, and may operate and maintain improvements. They will have their own kind of similar to an HOA governing body or governing board that would be responsible for their governance and or maintenance. Before the council this evening is the review and potential approval of the service plan. This is a statutory requirement because the district is wholly contained within the town of Ridgway. The town council is the reviewing body with respect to review and approval of the service plan. The service plan and the accompanying exhibits were included in the packet. Service plan is governing document for the special districts, looks at the boundaries and inclusion area, the facilities and services which would be provided, the debt and the mill levy limitations, and then the operational powers. So one of the questions for the town council this evening is, should the special metro district be authorized and under what sort of limitations? Again, to reemphasize, Chapter 7 development review will come later and it's totally independent from this process. So there's no underlining entitlements that would be granted here. And that's one of the conditions that we're looking at, whose approval is emphasizing that to the applicant. But hey, you may receive authorization to the proceeding of the metro districts, but that does not bind the town to approve any of the underlying development on the road. So the review process this evening, the council can review and approve, conditionally approve. There's some conditions that were suggested in the memorandum, deny or continue to a date certain. Because it does need to be noticed, we would recommend that it would be continued to the next town council meeting in September. Review criteria, required findings under state statute. There needs to be a need. There needs to be sufficient and existing projected need for organizing services in the area and the services to be provided by the proposed districts. There needs to be a determination of inadequacy. The existing services in the area to be served by the proposed district is inadequate for present and projected needs. Capacity. The proposed district is capable of providing economically insufficient services to the area within the proposed boundaries, and then the financial ability. The area to be included within the proposed district has or will has the financial ability to discharge the indebtedness on a reasonable basis. Don't know what happened there. So in the event that the town council elects to move forward with approving the service plan and the underlying IGA, which is the governing document or relationship between the town and the proposed metro districts, the burden would then be on the developer to submit a ballot question for the November general election. And the development team can get into that a little bit, but that is a question that is just voted on by the underlying landowner. So in essence, the developer. So it's a small ballot, but we will all receive notice of the same with respect to the election. And they can also talk about some of the timelines that they'll be dealing with it in that as that progresses. So staff is recommending the approval of the metro district subject to the following conditions. And there's more detailed proposed motions in your packet in terms of you're looking to approve, conditionally approve, deny or continue. Statutory requirements, the burdens on the applicant to present evidence that each of the foregoing findings are met. That there would be no entitlements that would be provided. Approval of the metro districts does not constitute preliminary plat approval, density, guarantee to provide water or wastewater service, or the acceptance of any improvements, the financial limitations, the 24 million debt cap limitation, and the mill levies cannot be increased without further action or approval of the town council. And inclusion, any agreement between the four metro districts cannot avoid the debt cap or increase the district size without coming back to the town council for approval. With that, I will entertain any questions that the council may have.
All right, questions for Barb?
Bo has a question here, and it may have already been answered, with the why, are there four independent, districts, and it sounded like it was perhaps because it was going to be done in stages.
Yeah, I would let the applicant answer that in terms of the need for the four, but as staff understands it, one would be the industrial commercial and then three residentials that would be phased out.
Other questions for both?
Why? Sorry, that sounds really stupid, but I'm just trying to figure
All
out.
the infrastructure.
Infrastructure fund.
That's huge, thank you.
Yeah, so it's a funding mechanism for the development, and I think, again, that's a question that's better answered by the applicant, but that's specifically what it's looking for. It's an ability to generate a mill levy, incur debt, and get resources so that the necessary infrastructure, which is required under our town code, can be built by the developer.
And would the mill, never mind, I answered my own question. I had a good. I'm good, thank you.
I saw where that was going.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Got it.
So, Charles is the applicant, right? Charles, you want to come up and give us your thoughts and answer some questions?
Be happy to. Charles Mueller, live here in town, for those of you online. So why is an obvious question, and I figured that would come up. And yes, it is the most cost-effective way to borrow money for a project such as this. And because they're municipal bonds, so there's some tax advantages to that, but also anyone in the district that would be paying that mill would be, they can then deduct that on their taxes. So that's a significant deal over the years. And yes, it's absolutely a phasing thing. That's the reason it's done I mean, this is a 15 or 20 or 25-year project. I mean, we just don't really know how it will all be absorbed over the years, but it's clearly not this is a long-term deal. And by having that bonding capacity, we're able to plan, not build more than we need to at the time. You don't want to go crazy and put a bunch of infrastructure out there that might end up not being the right thing. So like to do it in phases, and that way try to hit the market and provide what needs to be done, but not overbuild.
Seems like it allows the project to outlive us. The funding will be there to continue.
And it's 40-year funding, although that really contemplates that after the first phase, which in the service plan, it presumes in 2028, there'll be some bonds issued, but those will probably get refinanced after about 10 years when there's hopefully enough density to make it'd be cheaper after 10 years when there's more to spread the bonds out across. And so there's the expectation after about 10 years that you float some more bonds and pay off the early bonds. Alan Pogue is a specialist in this, and he's really all he does is special districts in Colorado. So I would ask you to come up because he can answer everything. And if not, I'll try to answer.
I'm gonna ask a very basic question. I just want to make sure I have this right. The creation of the special districts allows you to then do the bonding. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it really allows us to start just planning, because just the planning exercise on this is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So with that, this is Alan Pogue.
Thank you. Mayor, just briefly, so that, because we are in the public hearing, we want to just reflect that we're transferring over to the applicant presentation at this point in time.
And is your comment adequate or do I need to say that?
I think that's fine.
So the current speaker is a member of the applicant's team, so.
Oh, thank you. I'm going, oops, did I just do that? Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Alan Pogue. I'm an attorney in Denver. I represent the applicant for the formation of these 4 districts. Thank you all for hearing me tonight. Bo covered quite a bit. of what I was gonna cover, so to avoid making you listen to it again, I'll try to move quickly. This is a depiction of this current site that we're planning to form the districts on. Later in the show, I have a map that shows the initial boundaries of the four, and I can hopefully address the question about why four and how that works in a financing context. This is admittedly 6-year-old data, but from the US Census Bureau. This is just a showing of the number of different types of special districts by state on the left, and then the different types. If you look on the right side, metropolitan districts, at least in Colorado, are most or best described as other multifunction districts. That second bar over. Total as of 2022, Census Bureau has not updated this since then, or if they have, they haven't published it anywhere I can find it. Just shy of 40,000 nationwide. This is a pretty common tool for various reasons across the country. Bo already covered this, but I'll touch. Special district is an independent unit of government, is formed pursuant to Title 32. That once formed, a district is a quasi-municipal corporation, and it is a political subdivision of the state. Talk in just a minute about what some of that means and why there are advantages to financing and developing with this tool. Bo talked about the different types of powers listed there at the bottom. A metropolitan district is a district which has any two or more of those listed there, primarily water, sewer, streets, parks, and stormwater. Those being the main ones. Special districts were first authorized here in Colorado in 1949. As of the information in this slide, which is late 2024, almost 5,000 statewide, of which roughly half are metropolitan districts. This is a snapshot of why we typically try to form special districts in connection with a new development. In a pre-Tabor environment, developer might have had a conversation with the town about extending roads and water and sewer systems to accommodate new development. That does not happen post-Tabor because most municipalities do not have the long-term voter authorization to incur the debt to put in extensions to the existing town infrastructure. Special district allows that to happen through these political subdivisions, only burdening those who will own property and or live within the boundaries of the district with that longer term property tax obligation. Charlie mentioned this briefly. The districts once formed can issue and typically do issue tax exempt municipal bonds. So the interest earned on those bonds is exempt to the bondholder, both at state tax level and the federal tax level. What that yields is a lower total cost to finance the infrastructure for a project, which in the end means a lower total cost to the end user. Bo touched on some of this. Districts are also authorized and in many cases do perform long-term operation and maintenance of public improvements that are not accepted for dedication, in this case by the town. Storm system improvements are a very typical one that the towns typically may not accept, at least on the local level on site. Also parks, sidewalks, sometimes frankly, any public improvement a district can lawfully finance and build. If it isn't dedicated to another unit of government, it stays with that district for perpetual operation and maintenance. As Charlie mentioned, with the recent increase in state and local tax deduction, most folks, not all, but most folks can deduct their state and local taxes, which would include these on their federal income tax return, which if you look at maybe what some consider a more traditional way of financing infrastructure where the developer funds it and just adds it into the price of the property when they sell it. In that case, particularly if it's a residence, if you qualify for a deduction on your mortgage, it's only the interest on the mortgage that's deductible. In this case, the entire amount of the property tax, depending on your income level, is deductible. So that's an advantage to the residents. Districts do enjoy the protections just as the town does of sovereign immunity. Which when it comes to maintaining and operating public improvements like parks, one right here, sidewalks, roadways, that's a nice protection to have. What can these districts do? Pretty simple. Finance, construct public improvements, subject to state law, subject to the service plan, subject to your land use regulations, building requirements, development codes. And then once constructed, districts can own, operate, and maintain any improvements that are not dedicated to a municipal entity, here in the town. How are these districts governed? Very much like the town. The board members, called the board of directors, are elected. Elections are held in May of odd numbered years. Those who are elected to a 4-year term. Those who are considered eligible electors in the district are the ones that get to vote for those board members. Here, the town or in any municipality is not liable for any of the debt or the obligations of a district. So this is no financial burden on the town. If the district should issue bonds and not be able to repay them, and the town is not responsible. Huge difference between special districts, particularly metro districts, and the town. Metro districts are not governments of general jurisdiction. We have no land use regulatory power. We have no police power. We can only do the limited things that the statute allows us to do and nothing more. Although sometimes folks would like us to have police power, we don't. This is just a rundown of the laws that cover what metropolitan districts can do. Same list is applicable to the town. Budget law, audit law, open meetings, open records, local government election code. We are required to publicly bid all public works construction contracts in an amount greater than $120,000. And of course, we're subject to the state constitution, which includes the taxpayer bill of rights. This slide is specific to these proposed districts. The maximum debt that can be incurred without additional town council approval with $24 million. That's aggregate 4 districts combined. Current in 2026 dollars public improvement cost estimate $10.7 million. Our proposed debt caps are 35 mils for the commercial light industrial district, which is district number 1, or would be district number 1. 50 mils for the 3 residential districts, numbers 2 through 4, and then an operating and maintenance mill levy cap of 10 mils per district. And
Why is the debt limit so much higher than the anticipated cost?
well, I'm going to talk about that, but I can talk about it right now. The anticipated costs are in 2026 dollars. Charlie mentioned this is a 15 to 20 to 25 year build out. Is that $24 million scientific? No, it's to provide some cushion to allow for cost increases, which I seem fairly confident they're not going to go down. And also to allow some headroom for off-site improvements that might be required as the developer gets into the development process, which we have not delved into that as deeply yet. So it's a cushion. I'm not going to just say one word, it's a cushion.
So in trying to understand this whole concept, is it fair to say that it basically spreads the infrastructure costs out over a longer term? So if you were going to buy one of these lots, you wouldn't be paying for all that in your purchase price, it would be more spread out.
It's 100% right. And then, as Charlie mentioned, once debt is issued on the residential side, per state law, once a mill levy is imposed to repay debt, that mill levy can only be imposed for 40 years. So at the end of that 40 years, that initial debt and any refunding or refinancing of that debt is either paid in full or it goes away. And then this is the site that you saw on the first slide. The area over here, which is the light pointing, District 1 area, that is the commercial light industrial area. That will be the property that's included there. We keep the commercial property separate from the residential property, within the boundaries of any district, the tax levy has to be uniform district-wide. So in commercial context, as you probably know, commercial properties are assessed at a much higher percentage of actual value than is residential property. So we keep those separated. The initial boundaries we've proposed here in the triangle area, 2, 3, and 4. We're proposing to have 3 residential districts to accommodate phasing, as Charlie mentioned. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where, say, if we only have 1 district and the district might be incented to go out and borrow as much money as it could up front to fund all the infrastructure that might ever be needed for the project. Meaning, number one, we were paying interest on that money long before necessary, long before the money was really needed. Number 2, we would be building infrastructure long before the actual development necessitated the infrastructure. So having the multiple districts allows us, let's just say for the sake of argument, District 4 is going to be the last residential phase. Maybe it's down on the very end of the triangle there. We wouldn't be putting in infrastructure and burdening the property with a mill levy obligation until it's needed. And it's going to take, as Charlie said, 15, 20, maybe more years to absorb the entirety of the project. So we're trying to time it out so that product's available when the market wants product available.
Why is the mill less on the commercial than on the residential?
The mill levy amount is less because the assessed valuation percentage on commercial is higher. Right. So you pay tax on commercial property at 27.5% of the actual value, whereas on residential property, it's closer to 7% of actual. So the levy, the raw number is higher, but the actual dollar amount, mill levy number for mill levy number is about 4 times greater on the commercial. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions so far? I'm sorry, I was going a little quick just because. Oh, it's good. Couldn't help. We still have a lot of.
My only question is that why are the 2, 3, and 4 so small? It's like you're applying that levy to one lot, one tiny building lot.
Yeah, what I haven't gotten to yet, so okay. But it's a good question. The triangle, the entirety of the triangle is what's called future inclusion area. So each of those small boxes will be expanded as the phasing is known and we know exactly which portions. So at build out, that entire triangle will be in one of those 3 boxes.
Subdivisions.
So yeah, we don't know where, because if I
just allows you to do it as you go and making the right size.
Lets me do it as we go. And if I tried to guess today, the only thing I know is I'd be wrong. And a bunch of houses would be split right in half in one district on one side of the kitchen and one district on the other. And the assessors do not like that. No. It says she's here, she knows. But that's screwed up.
No, it's weird. It's like go back and forward.
And then here, I'm gonna leave that there for the time being. That's ultimately what I'm here to talk about. These are the 4 things I need to show to satisfy the statutory criteria to allow you, if you're inclined, to vote in favor of approval of these service plans, of this service plan for these districts. Sorry, I've been trying not to knock this over. In the council packet, Bo put together some additional information that wasn't in the slideshow, and he referenced it. So I wanted to touch on a couple of points that were raised there, and in the potential conditions that Bo mentioned as he was going through your options to impress upon the applicant, to impress upon me that this is what approval means. And I have just 4 points that he made. We talked about why is one of those questions, which was your question, why is the debt cap twice what the improvement cost estimates, cushion, inflation, and unknown offsite obligations at this point. The service plan approval, and this is reflected on, excuse me, this is reflected on page 5 of the service plan. Service plan approval does not create any entitlement from a land use perspective. no building permit approval, no commitment for water and wastewater service, and then no obligation for the town to take the ownership for permanent maintenance and repair and replacement of these improvements. Those all happen through your land use and your building process as we go forward. There's also on that map with the triangle and small rectangular boxes. Pursuant to state statute, districts can expand or shrink their boundaries. There's a statutory process, typically involves what's called a petition by the property owner. On that, here, I'll just go back to it, so we're not trying to remember. On that triangle area there, which is the future inclusion area, we could grow districts 2, 3, and 4 as we need to once subdivision plans are available and approved to expand out to the entire triangle. Any inclusion of property into any of these districts outside of what you see on the screen, the rectangular piece and the triangle has to come back to the town for approval. And there's no implied, oh, don't worry about it, it'll be approved, or not even an unreasonable withholding of approval. It's a fresh look by the town council at that time, whether to approve or not approve a boundary increase outside of that area. And then we do contemplate intergovernmental agreements, or some call them interlocal agreements, among the districts to provide a more efficient way for financing the improvements, constructing them, and as required, operating and maintaining them. If just for example, if the districts are responsible for moving snow off of the sidewalks, we wouldn't want 4 different district contractors out there moving the snow and bumping into each other. So the districts would enter into an agreement among themselves. Everybody chips in some money and one district hires the snow removal company to remove the snow, just as an example. That is, so Bo's comment was to make sure that the record reflects that those intergovernmental agreements can't circumvent the debt cap. They cannot, and the service plan expressly states that an increase in either the debt mill levy, the O&M mill levy, or the total debt cap is a service plan amendment, also referred to as a material modification in the statute. That requires another public hearing, additional public notice, and another hearing before the body. Again, with no presupposed implicit approval, a fresh look by the council at that time. So I will pause there and see if you have any questions before I wrap up.
I think there were some really stupid questions.
Oh, I'm really stupid, so I bet those.
Sorry, this one, I'm usually very good at like wrapping my head around all of these things, but this one for some reason is outside my brain's ability to get it. So if we agree to do this, the special district, it would still be under the town umbrella, yes? So like all town ordinances, paying to fire and water, any landscaping and architecture things, those are all things that will have to be also knocked over there.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, great, thanks.
Formation of the district does not alleviate the property owners' obligation to comply with all of your rules. Building permit requirement, fees, charges, taxes, everything still in the town. A way to think of it is what we believe in the industry to be the most cost-effective way to fund the infrastructure necessary for a new real estate development. And then we do have the ability to issue tax exempt bonds, which is cheaper than taxable bonds or taxable bank borrowings. And as you mentioned, spread the cost of the infrastructure out over a longer period of time. So I don't know what the average homeownership is in Ridgway, but they typically statewide, it's about 7 years. So the first person to buy a house in the neighborhood, all of your share of the infrastructure costs are front loaded. you're in a district financed mechanism, you're paying for it at three owners later after you've sold, they're still paying in a portion of the cost of that infrastructure, which spreads it out. And then the service plan that's in front of you, it really, we start with what the state statute allows. Service plan limits based on the pleasure of the elected body in whatever town or city you're in. That service plan's the box the district has to live in. And it can't do what the service plan says it can't do. It can only do what the service plan allows it to do with whatever limitations are in the service plan, which are those no any caps and term of debt and like that.
Thank you.
Of course. Anyone else? Okay, so I'll go through this at the risk of repeating what Bo already said. As to the first bullet, there is a need for the type of services that metro districts provide in this area. There is not an existing district with the wherewithal or the capacity to finance and construct these public improvements. The town is not in the business of financing and constructing public improvements for new development. The county is not in that business either. So this is the mechanism typically used in Colorado to take advantage of the government protections and the more affordable financing to put in the infrastructure necessary to serve the area. Little bit flip side of the same coin. The existing service in the area is inadequate for present projected needs. Service in the area doesn't mean the town doesn't take care of the area. Service in the area in the statute means finance, construct, build, operate, maintain the public improvements. There is not another unit of government that includes that area that is capable of or interested in providing that level of service at the current time. The financial model that's an exhibit to the service plan reflects that the district will be capable, as the assessed value grows, as homes are built and commercial buildings are built, to provide a cost-effective, economical, and sufficient service within the boundaries and discharge the debt, the proposed debt, on a reasonable basis. That reasonable basis being capped by those mill levy caps in the service plan, along with the ability to issue debt at a lower interest rate due to the municipal exemption in the Internal Revenue Code. So with that, I will stop talking and let you open the public hearing, and take questions, and then I'm happy to come back up if you have more questions after that. And thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome. Before we move to public comment, was there any other comment or questions up here? All right, I will open the public comment. I see Juice has his hand up online. Go ahead, Juice.
Do I have to do the obligatory? Can you hear me?
Got you.
Or is it cool to not? Okay, all right. I guess I'll go ahead. Okay, it's Richard Juice Penny. Of course, the attorney is going to give you all the pros. I have a bunch of cons for these developments. Higher property taxes. You're going to still have to pay the town taxes. You're still going to have to pay the property tax there, in addition to their extra mill levy on top of it. Sometimes it can effectively double your property tax. They have long-term debt as well. So, why would you want to pay for initial neighborhood infrastructure 20, 40 years down the road? And variable mill levies, I really would like to know how much my property taxes are every month, not be, oh, well, the developer needs more money because they have massive debt. So now they're going to pay, I have to pay more property taxes. Don't love that. Reselling, it's going to be a resell challenge, because if anybody does their research, they're going to look and be like, oh, wait, this is not an HOA. They can change my property taxes, effectively doubling what I owe. I don't love that. Developer control is a little too much for my liking too. They're established by the developer because the board is early on. The developer's making all those calls before the board is established. So I don't really love that. And it's a financial health risk. They're carrying a massive debt load relative to what they're going to be pulling in for operating revenue. So I just, for me, I would not ever have these things in Ridgway. It's challenging enough to buy a home here. Then you're going to double the property taxes because Colorado property taxes are so low. Why not double them? So that's just my 2 cents. I just wanted y'all to be aware of some of the cons that are involved with some of these things, because everything else, sunshine and rainbows. Then again, I am a pessimistic person, but it is all I have to say.
Thanks, Juice, appreciate it. Anyone else, either in the room or on Zoom, have comments, questions? Jack?
Jack Petroselli, 540 Marion Overlook. I'm here speaking as a citizen, not as a member of the planning commission or a consultant or a partner to the applicant. I want to share the way I learned about these bonds. When I was a young man, my father took me aside and told me he didn't have very much money, but he told me that he liked buying these municipal bonds because he felt they were really safe, that they were guaranteed, and they were tax-free. And of course, the tax-free is what really got his attention. So he really liked them, and he was bragging about him to me when I was really a young man. So that was my introduction to these about 50 years ago, maybe 60 years ago. So I want to say that, talk about the subdivision and this financing. Excuse me. We all know how expensive the real estate is in Ridgway, and this is a vehicle to lower that cost. This is going to significantly decrease the cost of the financing of these improvements, and we're talking about lots of money here. So I think the town should entertain this as a tool in their box to help generate lower cost housing and lower cost lots to be built on. And I have an agenda here because I want to buy some of the lots, so I'm hoping that you all will approve this. And I think it's going to be positive for the neighborhood and positive for the end user. And it's just another vehicle we can to significantly reduce the lot cost for the developer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Anyone else? All right, going once, going twice. I will close the public comment period and bring back up here for us to discuss.
I would like to point out that I don't see how else this infrastructure would go in. I don't know who would be footing this bill to put this infrastructure in to develop this property. And also, this development will be subject to our new community housing regulations. So some affordable housing will have to be created out of this as well. And I would imagine that that would go by district, but I don't quite know those.
They did go by subdivision probably.
Yeah. So there is some benefit on that sense. And like I said, I don't know how else this would happen. Because towns can't do it anymore. Like was sad. I didn't know why, but that was a good point, that it's the Tabor thing, or that they simply don't have that kind of money.
Right.
I suppose they would have in the past bonded for it, but now they can't.
Correct. If I could, am I on here?
Do I have to?
Real clear with the record.
Yeah, I think we should, unless we're wanting to reopen the public hearing.
Okay, that's fine.
So.
Yeah, if we need to later, we can be.
No, it's fine.
And I always have to say, I apologize, that the Colorado public hearing process is kind of funky and unwieldy, but it's just the way the statute reads, so we have to follow it. Yeah, unless somebody else has a comment, my honestly, kind of going back to what Robin said much earlier this evening, I still have concerns about water and development of this size down the road, but I think one of the advantages of them doing it this way is that they will do it very much incrementally, and they will have to consider the water impacts as they go, probably more so than they would if they somehow were able to do it all at once, which would never happen. So in a funny way, it's probably the best way to do it for that concern. I just would like to go on the record as having said that haven't ever heard you referred to as Charlie before, Charles, so I like that. But, you know, just going on the record that you understand, I mean, Preston said earlier that we have studies that show that we have adequate water, but those studies were based on, historic records and nothing is the same anymore. There is no data on what we may be facing if we keep having winters like we've been having. So I just think it needs to be mentioned that water really is gonna be a serious consideration going forward. Otherwise, I think it makes sense. Obviously, kind of, as Michelle said, probably the only way to actually get it done. And it is within the town boundaries, so they have the right to propose development, and we will, I think it's worth stressing too, that the real time where the rubber meets the road is when each individual subdivision comes in. So those are my 2 cents. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
I move to adopt resolution number 2026-06, finding that the record supports that there is sufficient existing and projected need for organized service in the area to be serviced by the proposed district. The existing service in the area to be served by the proposed district is inadequate for present and projected needs. The proposed districts are capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the area within the proposed boundaries. And the area to be included within the proposed districts has or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis.
Second.
You gonna include the conditions, or are you done?
That's sufficient, isn't
It's your call, so.
it? No, that's a different motion.
She's just doing the
No,
resolution.
just doing the basic.
I second.
Okay, motion been made motion by Michelle, seconded by Josie. I would like to just point out that, staff did suggest that we might want to do the conditional approval to go on record that there's no development or utility in like, entitlement. Just those A through F, but if you're fine,
I'm okay with that.
okay. Any other discussion?
Okay with that.
So I think I'm not okay with that. So it would be to adopt resolution 2026-06 based on the record as provided this evening. And then I guess the mayor's asking, are you also willing to consider the additional conditions that were in the staff report?
I would prefer those to be
Yeah,
included in the motion.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, do
just
you
if
want me to read those?
I can do it, so that there would be a finding that the statutory was about, there's no development or utility entitlement being approved this evening, subject to the financial limitations as approved. The inter-district obligations and inclusions. And that would be the remaining, that would be it, because there was no other conditions of approval that were brought forward this evening.
Okay.
So
Clear's much for everybody.
All right.
All right.
Sorry for the confusion.
You know, problem. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go.
Thank you. Can I make a comment here while you go over the record? Not a public hearing. So the shelter distillery in Montrose is in the Mayfly subdivision, and that is financed this way. It's a very successful subdivision. My favorite restaurant, the Tortilla, the Sophia's there. So that's one you can use it as an example.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jack.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to policy matters. Item number 15 is review and discussion regarding proposed county sales tax to support disaster mitigation and response. Welcome, manager. And
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. Antonio Mendez, about 30 Ridgway Circle. Here in my official capacity as county manager for Ridgway County. Before we begin, because you just said Colorado Public Meeting rules are very particular. He did send Preston an updated packet item that I saw didn't make it into your packet.
He sent them to us individually today.
Great,
We have it.
I wanted to make sure you guys got it.
The draft.
For the construction, use tax, great. So earlier this year, our Board of County Commissioners began a series of work sessions to discuss possible ballot measures. Various county needs rose to the surface: emergency medical services funding, public safety funding, and more funding for our road and bridge department. While we discussed the best way to move forward, the Gold Mountain fire happened, and all our priorities have shifted since. The past 46 days has been a marathon, and I want to thank Mayor Clark and Town Administrator Neal for their support during the past few months. I will admit that anytime it rains, I get terrified. You see me walking, I'm asking Glenn, do we have to mobilize an emergency operations center? Is there about to be another massive flood? It's weird to be in a drought where I normally would pray for rain, to be very terrified of the rain. So why am I here? Well, obviously in the spirit of collaboration, but also there is a legal requirement. And so this is what I'm highlighting here in this. This is from Colorado Revised Statutes 29-2-104 subsection 2. Such proposal shall contain a description of the tax in accordance with the provisions of this article, and shall make provision for any distribution of revenue collections between the county and incorporated cities and towns within the county. So the proposed draft measure, we'd have to have a split. And while there's no formal action required by the town council, we would still have to have even an informal agreement on this matter. So let's talk recent disasters. 2024, there's that monsoonal flooding that impacted Ridgway pretty significantly, but also the county and the city. 2025, the Campbell Road rockfall. This year, the Gold Mountain fire, and then now the flooding after the fire. So just to do some numbers really quickly, that monsoonal flooding cost the county about 200,000 estimated. I know it cost Ridgway way more. It impacted your water system. The Campbell Road rockfall cost us $350,000. The Gold Mountain fire currently is projected at $51 million, and costs are still rising. That doesn't mean the county's responsible for that. It's the total cost that we know thus far. And the flooding, we don't have a number on that because it's still happening. And by the way, this will continue happening for likely the next 5 to 7 years. That's the impact of the flooding. So we'll move on to the next. Just talking about some current conditions. Our county disaster fund's been depleted by multiple years of disasters. The fund began this year with about $66,000 in the account, and the Gold Mine fire has wiped that out. This is down from about $213,000 in 2023. Again, that disaster fund is only one fund, but we've used, again, cumulatively over $1 million in these last couple of years fighting disasters. Burn scars mean there's going to be more flooding, as I mentioned. Time is of the essence. So when we're responding to disasters and the lack of funding, it's causing us to move slower. The EWP, which responds to the flooding, we're currently working on, required a 25% match, and it took me 3 weeks to find funding. Our county commissioners approved $156,000, and we were required to produce $315,000. I went to the city of Uray, they were very generous and gave. I went to the Telluride Foundation, to the Western Colorado Community Foundation, to DOLA, to CDHSEM. It's a terrible position to be in, to beg for people's assistance in the middle of a disaster. But we did it, we secured the funding, and that was fantastic. By creating a funding base, I believe we can implement quicker in the future when we know things are coming, and I don't have to spend 3 weeks begging people for money to make sure people's houses don't get destroyed and lives aren't lost. The town of Ridgway and the city of Uray currently spend about $10,000 a year for emergency management services. That's through an agreement that we have, and that's actually an increase. I believe previously was $5,000 a year. So thank you for that additional funding. The county spends about $150,000 a year to fund positions like our emergency manager and our deputy emergency manager. We're spending more money this year on a recovery manager because we know the recovery is going to take 3 to 7 years easily, and we want to give both economic recovery and also landscape recovery to the county. So our county commissioners came up with an idea of a sales tax to fund disaster, preparedness. So, and I keep moving forward on my screen, but not the screen, I apologize. So proposed tax increase would be, and this is, I should say, the county commissioners have empowered me to negotiate with the town of Ridgway. Again, it has to be an agreement between the town of Ridgway, the city of Uray, and the county for the split of the sales tax. So if you all tell me, nope, I don't agree with that, I'd like a different split, let's have that discussion, please. So currently, and this was proposed by, I believe, commissioners, it'll be raising $1,050,000 per year by imposing an additional 0.5 countywide sales tax, declining to a 0.3 after December 31st, 2030, with revenues to be divided 80% to Uray County, 10% to the city, and 10% to the town. So each 0.1% is about $210,000. That's a rough estimation. Sales tax, it depends on how much is spent. We don't know, but we believe that's the about number we would collect. Michelle, do you have a question?
Yeah,
Please.
is that enough money to do what you're gonna need to, like, my first thought was like half a cent, like. I know this probably isn't popular, but I'm like, why don't you go for a whole cent? You know, the grocery store is rounding off now.
Yeah.
Like pennies are going away. I was just curious, is that enough?
I think it is, and the reason why it decreases in 2030 is because we're looking to hopefully build a fund. And so by then we would have about $3 million. That's the number we were looking for, $3 million. A tier 1 disaster costs $1 million a day. We got super lucky in that we declared disaster and then the state declared disaster within hours. So we didn't have to take on a bunch, but God forbid it had taken 2 or 3 days. I don't know how we pay for that, quite honestly. Bankrupts us, or I have to figure out a bond or something. So yeah, that's what we're hoping for to generate. And your question is a valid one, but please understand, I have presented this to some folks and they've been like, that's way too high. So Ridgway, and I checked this, but please, someone here who's an expert correct me, your sales tax is at 9.05 currently. So if we added the 0.5, you'd be up to 9.55. There's that magic 10, there's that magic 10% number you don't want to get to. The city of Uray is at 9.45. This 0.5 would push them right at that edge. And I understand that's a tough pill to swallow, but I'm terrified. I hope you feel my stress in what could happen if we don't have the funding to pay for the things we need to. Yeah. So first part is just how much we're hoping to raise, and then again, the decrease to 0.3 to maintain, hopefully. And then the second part is the sort of purpose of this tax revenue. Again, for me, it's disaster. So disaster recovery resilience in the county, including the following: protecting critical infrastructure, fire mitigation, landscape stabilization, watershed protection, supporting economic recovery. And we are hearing from Ridgway businesses that they've been impacted by the fire. I got an email from DOLA where a Ridgway business reached out to them saying, are there any supports? And we are working to get that individual some support. Then also the funding the county, city, and town preparedness, response, and recovery emergency management programs for declared disasters and emergencies. We've heard from citizens saying, this can't be a slush fund. This can't be a thing that you just, oh, we don't have a disaster, so we have needs, we're gonna pull from this. It's just for disasters. It's to build up our disaster base. And then we have Tabor language, the debrucing language, pretty standard. I'm gonna stop there. And is it okay if I do present on the construction use tax? I'm good on that, Preston? Okay, thank you. But we'll start here with the sales tax. Any questions or comments?
I believe you said this. You did say economic recovery. Several of our business owners have reached out to say how much they've been impacted this year by both fire, by both the fire, by lack of snow, yada yada, which is a major issue. Is there a percentage of how much money can be used for economic rebuilding after?
We don't have a breakdown saying we're gonna dedicate 50% to economic recovery. I haven't been authorized by commissioners to discuss that kind of a percentage breakdown, but it is part of a larger strategy, is making sure this economic recovery that happens in the county and impact the businesses that are supported. I know Region 10 made a presentation here. They also did one with the VOCC, and they're supporting. I know there's SBA, we're trying to work with them and see if we can figure something out. And I know there's economic recovery for the drought. but not currently for the fires, and we're working on that matter as well. But again, tiny county resources that are being deployed all at the same time. But yeah, thank you for the question, Bob. Other questions or comments?
I like the idea of having sales tax so that it cost isn't only borne by our residents, it's borne by the people who are traveling through and using our resources. And we talked about this at last year's budget meeting and how hard it is to make tourism's great and a lot of our businesses depend on it, but the extra use of our police force, our utilities or whatever, like it helps bear a little bit of that cost of the tourists, the people coming through town. So I think it's a good idea.
So the amounts, just to break it down even further, the county would receive about 840,000, and then the city and town would each receive about 105,000 from that sales tax, if the projections were true.
Yeah, we've talked about this last night. I've kind of a different opinion. I thought our sales tax was higher than 9.05 total, but my biggest concern really is the last minute nature of this. If any of you have been aware of how ballot measures have gone in the county over the last few years, last decade really, without adequate preparation, without adequate promotion, they fail every time. Every time the county's asked for something, it's failed. I don't get me wrong. I think that it's vitally important that we come up with a way to address the impacts of these disasters. I just personally don't think that 11th hour sales tax question is the way to do it. And I think honestly, the business community is probably going to be opposed to a sales tax increase, even though the point about it being spread more equally across the people who actually come and spend money in town is valid. I just think the last thing a business owner in town wants to ask for a higher sales tax rate. So I have some serious concerns, and I also just want to make it clear that I don't think we can make a formal thumbs up or thumbs down on this topic. I think we have to take it under advisement, and I just want to make sure it's clear. So,
And I guess how was the 80-10-10 percentage?
And that was a commissioner who
Because
proposed
obviously a
it.
lot would be mostly generated by sales tax revenue from the city and the town. So how come the county gets 80%?
Yeah, and so that was a question that was asked by the town administrator and the city administrator. I was a commissioner who came forward with that idea. I believe the idea is currently most of the disaster emergency management happens at the county. Doesn't happen at the city or the town level. So that's why, but that's why
I
they're
guess we're
so.
gun shy because of the water, because clearly.
Huh?
I guess we're maybe gun shy because of the water thing, because yeah, if you guys spent 200,000. But obviously we spent millions in a town.
Yeah.
Capacity on that disaster.
And that's why I was also equipped with the ability to negotiate this. So if you're like, the sticking point for us is that 80-10-10, we can have that conversation here. I'm happy to. I think as Preston mentioned, the next meeting would be if you guys move forward with this, the next meeting would be a special meeting to say, approve, and here's what we'd approve. I'd like to know what your percentage breakdown would be, because I now next Monday have to go to the city of Ridgway and say, here's what Ridgway said. The county is agreeing with it. What do you think of that? And do the same process over again. And Mayor, I just want to respond to your statements about this being understood.
Yeah.
And under an ideal scenario, we would definitely have spent a year doing this. But where I disagree with you is, while previous ballot measures, I believe folks had to be convinced on the importance of it. I think everyone's breathed in the smoke long enough to know the importance of it. I think the fear that folks still have about the rain, that sells it, right? I don't have to convince you that this is an important thing. It's the worst fire we've ever experienced. It's my understanding. I got here in December. So,
that's a good point.
That to me is the difference maker here, but that's just one person's opinion.
Right. And I think Preston would.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd like to hear from Preston, because I don't feel like I can speak to the split at all.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Thank you. So I have some prepared remarks, but I'm only prepared to talk to the sales tax proposal, because I just learned about the use tax proposal yesterday afternoon at the BOCC. And funneled the use tax information to you all in Dropbox, and so I think I speak for everyone But we certainly want to be a good partner, but I have a bunch of reservations about what's being proposed from a staff standpoint, and I think this is the big question here that you're curious about it being answered. I'm not fixated on the split at all. You want it to be 8-10-10? Fine. That's mainly because we don't have any information to guide how much money the town of Ridgway should want for disaster recovery, resilience efforts going forward. You might be in a better position, the county might be in a better position to have pinpointed that, given what the county has experienced. And I think there's a lot of merit to the arguments you're making, Antonio. I mean, y'all are dealing with a lot right now. Not just you, everyone. There's a lot going on. There are positives to this ballot measure, and I'm talking from a Ridgway perspective, especially as it relates to diversifying our tax and revenue portfolio, right? We would get a split, you know, say it is 80-10-10. Town would get, you know, a 10% split to go towards those efforts that we've talked about. That is fantastic. I am not a fan of the state statute that Antonio just covered. Not every state in the union is the same, but Colorado's one of the different ones in that there needs to be a split or agreed upon distribution with the municipalities within the county. I think it in some ways undermines home rule authority, and we are a home rule municipality. And so there's some who might not agree with that. I keep coming back to that piece. And I think it in some ways could undermine our ability to be successful on a future ballot initiative. That's a smaller reservation I have, but you know, if there's something that comes up, whatever it may be, I'm not going to give an example at this point. Voters could say, well, you got a good portion for disaster recovery and mitigation efforts from the sales tax that was proposed and ultimately successful. Again, I certainly do not want to be perceived as a negative Nancy here. I would just be remiss if I didn't say these things in my role. So totally understand the impetus for this. There's a lot of merit to it. But this initiative, particularly the sales tax initiative, as the mayor was saying, is happening very fast and pretty darn last minute. When is the certification deadline?
September 4th.
September 4th. Have there been any community sentiment surveys, informal public opinion polls? Do you have any information on how successful this might be?
No, and I feel unprepared, right, in that way, but I was also given a directive to come to you all. I haven't done the public research. Again, last surveys we did was a health survey, right, that went out, and an age-friendly survey that went out through Ugly Rock. But yeah, we have not done a survey, and respectfully, we just haven't had the time, right? I think that's a great idea, and I'd love to say, hey, yeah, I have $50,000. Let me throw that at a consultant to do that. I don't, because we don't have funds. It's what we're trying to address with a ballot measure like this, with a disaster fund that was more robust. I could do these things, but at this point, aside from me standing outside of Duckett's and the Mountain Market and saying, "What do you think? What do you think about this ballot measure?" I can't. I apologize for that.
No, and you don't have anything to apologize for because we totally understand.
Yeah.
Again, there's merit to trying to figure this out in the short term. And there isn't a lot of time, so no need to apologize, but we'd be remiss if we didn't bring that up as part of good governance, being accountable and transparent to the constituents when they're trying to figure out why something's going forward. So just a couple last things, and covered this already a little bit, and you already know this, but moving too fast can leave little opportunity to identify and correct ambiguities before the measure is locked in. Don't tell Leo, but I have noticed some typos in the resolution for the sales tax law, not necessarily in the ballot language. But I'll share those there. They're somewhat insignificant, but and then a rush process can make opposition stronger, even among people who might otherwise support the underlying purpose of the tax. And I would venture to say there's a lot of people out there that would support that. And Mayor was talking to this, but I think the county, given the history of unsuccessful ballot measures, that there should be a worry about implications of an unsuccessful ballot, especially if being budget. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Antonio, is there any stomach for a special election in the spring. So these issues can be ironed out, there can be a little bit
That
more,
hasn't been brought up. You're the first person mentioning this idea.
I mean, just because they're right, November is 5 seconds away. And the deadline is even sooner. So what if there was a special election?
That has a cost implication to elections, cost money to run that we haven't, accounted for. And so that would be more funds out of the county to try to accomplish this. But it's an idea that I can float back to the county commissioners and let them know that that was floated. I completely understand that the 5% might be too high. And again, I'm super sensitive to businesses, Mayor Clark, you mentioned this, adding another 5.5% is gonna hurt folks. If this was a sticking point, we could lower that number to 0.3%. And then a 0.15 instead of a 0.5 to 0.3. Michelle, you brought it up. And you said, why aren't you asking for more? And here I'm trying to make it more palatable, right? I'm trying to make it successful. And again, the statutory requirement aside, I'd still come to you and request your support. I wouldn't do this by ourselves. It won't be successful if we don't all agree on it. And I've been here, you've seen the extra meetings, you've seen me commenting on some random things here every now and then. I really am trying to move forward in spirit of collaboration with you all. So I'll end my remarks there about that one. Would you like me to move on to the construction use tax? Sure. Okay. So construction use tax, and this is just like a general overview on what a construction use tax is. It's where sales tax is collected by a vendor at the point of sale, use tax is self-assessed by the purchaser when materials are consumed, stored, or used in Colorado, allowing paid an equivalent sales tax. There's the statute on where the obligation arrives under. There's a state level use tax rate of 2.9%. Local jurisdictions can impose their own separate use taxes. We don't have a construction use tax here in Uray County. So when people are building homes here, that use tax is going to Montrose. Or it's going to San Miguel. It's being collected there. It's not coming to Uray. So this is just us saying, let's get our taxes to come here instead of going to another county. To me, that's a pretty straightforward argument. Here's what the language actually says. Shall Uray County taxes be increased by 3% annually by imposing a new 3% use tax on the use or consumption of building and construction materials purchased at retail for use or consumption within the unincorporated county. So
are you saying this doesn't increase the tax, it just redirects it?
It allows us to collect it essentially because we have not been collecting it, that 3%. It does increase it because now when folks are building, the way this works is when you're building a home, you assume a certain percentage based off of total cost, like 60% of total value towards materials, and that 3% is added to that, right? So it just allows us to collect it. It does increase it, but it's happening already anyway. It's being taxed anyway. It's not being taxed here. It's going to Montrose, it's going to San Miguel, it's going to anywhere else, but you're right, because we don't have the provision on our books.
So I'm trying to understand how it is collected. You could give me a little more.
So it's with building permits. It's at that stage usually where you tell us what your assessed value is. We do the 60% and 60% of the total value, the construction, and then 3%. So just to give you an example, we believe we'll raise about 1.360 million annually, and that's just off of what we did for permit valuations at the county in 2025, which we had $75 million in total value of homes being created here. So that's assuming a 60% cost of materials for projects subject to building permits, and that estimate doesn't include the city or the town. So that number can go up. Total amount collected can go up because we're not including your data. I want to give some history on this one. The reason you didn't hear about it until very recently is because we believe that we thought it was like the lodging tax. Lodging tax we could just do in the county and not come to the city or the town. Turns out the reason we can do it is because the law that permits the lodging tax specifically states that sales tax is like use tax. We still have to come up with a split. And so early on in the presentation, the second part of it, I think I showed you legal requirement. unless otherwise agreed to by the governing bodies of the county and municipalities of the county. Any use tax proceeds shall be distributed among such county and municipalities in the same proportion of the sales tax proceeds. So I still have to do this for use tax. Initially, we thought we're gonna run this, don't need your approval, we'll just figure it out, it'll just be for the county. We legally cannot do that. We have to include the town and the city. That's why you're hearing about it so late. That's why we're here tonight.
In the way that the language is written or the way it's structured, what is it, does it have to apply to the city and the town's building permit?
My understanding is yes, that's applied.
Evaluations?
That's applied in every one.
Because that's not how the question reads. It just talks about unincorporated county.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just another
I'm looking at
concerned
the-
about the fact.
And I'm looking at the resolution. I'm not, or maybe the language is there as well. But
It's the last line in the.
Within the unincorporated
First
the first paragraph.
Yeah.
It's like $1 million house, which is standard to build here, is it's for 30,000 at use tax.
Yeah.
So on top of the normal taxes.
And then houses that got built in Ridgway. 80% of that use tax would then go to county?
Yeah, 10% to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that.
Wait a minute.
For the construction use tax specifically, for the materials specifically.
It would. I'm confused by that. I thought we were talking about the 80-10-10 split just for
This
the,
is a second.
Right.
This is trying to
Right.
make different taxes.
but it's the same kind of split.
That's what, and again, that's the initial proposal from the commissioner. I mean,
Totally disagree with that on that.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me on the
sales tax.
sales tax. It doesn't make sense to me
Um,
on new construction.
Huge tax.
Any type of building, yeah. Seems like it should be. Where you're building, that's where the money goes.
Yeah, and so
If it were-
the purpose of this one for us is again for road and bridge. It's for roads in the county. Our roads need support. Our road and bridge superintendent had to cut about $1.5 million of work from this year's budget. So we're trying to find a way to get him those funds back. To us, this was one way to do it. But I do see what you're saying, President, about saying within the unincorporated county, it's just talking about the county. I can clarify with Leo about whether that's just us and it's you guys splitting of what's being built at the county, or if that also includes the town and the city, in which case I completely understand you guys saying, no, that's not, that's not the right way to go about that.
it'd be great if we could get clarity on that.
Okay.
When are you slated to, sorry if I may, when are you slated to go back to the city of Uray with,
This coming Monday. The 17th.
and they're slated to like take action or provide some sort of buy-in?
I believe so. But I haven't tried that, so. Talked to Carrie today and she said, yeah, you're on schedule, but. I don't know what that means, like this is a presentation, but no action.
I'd love to get your staff's opinion on this.
Thank you. Bo has anything, I haven't had a chance to really, do any analysis on this, like the sales tax piece, even with the sales tax one, Antonio and I first talked with Michelle, like 2 weeks ago. So, I think with the clarity that Antonio will provide with Leo, we'll be better positioned to, provide some pieces to consider.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions you guys want me to take to our legal counsel and get you more information on? We were hoping the resolution that was attached to this would have that clarity, but if you need more, please let me know. I can come prepared for the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, the use tax, I'm very reticent on it, I don't understand that split. I understand we're purchasing some money, but that's a 3%, so not a small increase, and then add it.
Yeah.
It's just hard, because we got this from the last night there.
Yeah, the county tried to pass this. And I'm looking at 8 years ago,
Sorry.
looking at the resolution that goes along with this in section 3. It says. There is hereby imposed for the privilege of using or consuming in Uray County, City of Uray, and the town of Ridgway for any construction and building materials purchased at retail, a countywide use tax,
which equals to 3% of the gross receipts of the sale of construction and building materials, which are used or consumed in Uray County, City of Uray, and Town of Ridgway. So
That's good clarity, but that is not what the
That's not what
voter is
happens.
gonna be reading in that out.
yeah, we have that.
These aren't simple issues, but
I'm thinking about
This
people
one
who are
has a
building.
much harder time. The sales tax made sense to me, which doesn't mean that everyone else is gonna agree with me. This one, especially with John saying the challenges that have been faced in the past with any taxes. This one seems tough.
I'm being so last minute, people who are planning on building a home here next year, for example. Right, they've already gone out, got their bids done and things locked in their numbers. So who absorbs the 3%? I mean, it's just, and
It's
it's a lot of money.
it feels rushed.
And
Yeah.
I agree, Michelle, with the sales tax makes more sense than this one. This, feels a bit rushed, and my apologies, I got this at 3 o'clock today, and I was, still at work.
So.
I mean, I understand the need,
Absolutely.
but my reaction just with the timeline is. I am guessing a lot of voters looking at the 0.05 tax spread throughout the county, a response to what we've experienced. It seems like there's a very strong likelihood that that'll pass. Whereas something that is significant for construction and adding the cost on a short-term basis. I don't know. I think a lot of people might shoot it down.
I think that increases the chance both would fit.
Right.
With both of them.
And
I definitely think that.
Yeah.
with the economy being the way it is, this feels a little. I mean, I get that it's needed. I absolutely understand that, but with the economy being as it is, like. Our businesses are having a hard time, everybody's having a hard time, like,
Yeah, that's.
I don't wanna add.
So, and we can't give a decision, but I'm looking for guidance. Are you allowed to give guidance at this moment?
No, sure. So if you don't mind, I'll kind of lay something out. So I think you're hearing some reservation about the use tax currently, and it sounds like you're gonna get with Leo or whoever and provide some follow-up. So I think you can convey that to the legal team and the BOCC if necessary. On the sales tax piece, it probably would be helpful for Antonio at this point, if at least on the fixed ratio or the split piece, if any of you all have any major opinions on if that should be altered, the 80-10-10. I think that would be helpful for you at this point. But, staff's reservations on the sales tax remain the same, and y'all talked about it a little bit. In terms of next steps, so I think that would be helpful for Antonio, so that'd be like the next step. There's no decisions or other direction that needs to happen tonight. I asked the question about when Antonio has to return to the Uray City Council, because that could be our cop out. Because if the Uray City Council says, and I'm just being candid here, if they say no, we're probably off the hook. So, would you say that there was?
That's Monday the 17th.
And I'm certainly not trying to say that they should say no. Please don't get me wrong. Please don't write that on paper.
On paper,
But I think you'll get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Once that meeting happens, I'm sure we'll be in touch and we'll understand that we need to actually set a special meeting. Because our next town council meeting is after the certification deadline. So we can cross that bridge if we get there. But I hope that's helpful so we can kind of figure out what's necessary going forward.
So we're weighing in if we're okay with the sales tax as it stands.
That's my.
primarily a split.
I'm okay with that.
I'd like to see maybe 75, 12.5, 12.5. But, or honestly, what I would really like is 70-30-30, just so we're able to like
70-15.
15, thank you.
I agree.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I think I agree, yes, there's more square miles of land, obviously on the county purview, but like I said earlier, because. Just the thing with our water, like, just because it happens in the county doesn't mean it doesn't affect the town pays for the fix, and so. I mean, if most of that sales tax revenue is being generated by purchases made in the town and the city,
If that's the preferred number, 70, 15, 15, I'll take that to you, right?
I would feel more comfortable with that. I think it's a good idea, like I said, balance reservations, but I think having a higher split go towards the city of the town.
I'm also wondering about the 3% you were saying that you wanted to do that for how many years before it?
Oh, the drop
Paused.
down? Yeah, so it's until 2030 and then it drops down to
So that's
0.3.
4 years. I'm just wondering about something like 2%.
So the 3% is the sales tax. It just sort of sunsets into a smaller number after 2030.
I'm wondering about a lower percent going longer. I'm just thinking about how, for you to get the revenue you need for roads and bridge.
I think many of us are looking at this from a half cup full, right? Any money supports, any money will prepare us. That's the way I'm trying to view this and trying to encourage staff to look at it. I also want to, if okay with you, I'd like Glenn to come up. You got
I was gonna suggest that.
But
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, guys, I think you've all said pretty much everything that I have to say is the importance of this disaster fund and the funding for the disaster. Mayor Clark's heard me say it for 13 years. Really, what we're seeing right now is unprecedented that we haven't had to see in Uray County before. Antonio wasn't lying during the, not that he ever would, but during the height of this, our critical incident management team was $1 million a day. It got up to 1.2 million for a few days there. If we weren't being helped with the federal government, of course, and it's the state, that would somehow we would have to be funding that. And I've been saying that for years, and a lot of people are like, well, you're exaggerating. To now we've proven it's $1 million a day. Some of the examples of the costs that we have to look for these disasters, is emergency personnel and overtime. Fire suppression, of course. Then the things that people aren't thinking about during these fires is a road and bridge heavy equipment, contractors, road infrastructure and repairs, debris removal. None of that is part of the FMAG, which is the federal help for the fire suppression. This is all the stuff we're now doing with recovery. And I'm not sure how we're gonna cover a lot of the stuff that we're already facing. All the way to emergency communications, sheltering costs the county money, livestock sheltering, public warning and information, flood and debris mitigation, and damage assessments, the staff that has to go out there. I could go on, you guys know all this, but I'm just trying to emphasize what we're seeing over the last 60 days. There's been a common misperception in Uray County and frankly across the country. We're even seeing it with our affected citizens that FEMA's gonna come in and bail us out. There's not a FEMA deck for this. There's not, and we're not expected to get one. There's the common misperception that the state will bail us out. The state has given us a tremendous amount of support for this, but there's still costs that we're having to face. All of these programs, even if FEMA does come in and the state does come in and help us, it's a reimbursement. They don't pay for it right away. We talk about the fire in Boulder, they're still waiting for payment. The floods in 2012, they haven't been fully reimbursed yet. So these are funds that you have to come up with at first and then hopefully get reimbursed at some other time if FEMA or the state comes in and helps. There was a point in our emergency operations center, and hopefully I'm not saying too much, I don't think I am because it's pretty common knowledge. We're trying to make decisions and the question was, can we afford that? We're talking about life safety decisions that was happening here in our county.
Sorry. I'm very tired. Damn. That shouldn't be a question that we're asking, of course. That wasn't the determination ever. But we shouldn't have to turn and say, can we afford that when we're bringing people out of their homes or taking horses to Grand Junction or horses to Delta to shelter them? We don't have that emergency fund that we tried so hard to build up because of these disasters every single year that has happened. I don't know the right way to build this fund. This is a way that the commissioners have come up and, you know, we have to get this fund built sooner than later. And I mean, very much sooner than later. And so my point today is to emphasize why this fund is so important. Yeah, most of this stuff I have written down, we've already talked about, but, preparedness, mitigation, recovery, all cost money. It's stuff that, we're seeing live every single day right now. You know, we're talking about helping the families that were affected by the debris flow on, July 29th. And a common conversation we are having right now in the EOC is we have 3 to 5 years of these and we have some funds built up. Can we deplete the funds to help the people today and set a precedent for the next 3 to 5 years and not be able to help the flood that may come tomorrow? Quite literally, the flood that may come tomorrow. And that's a really, I'll say, shooty situation to be in. And so that's really my stance from emergency management is, you know, we're all in money crunches. We're all struggling to figure out how to pay the budget. State's in a $2 billion deficit. We get that. But it's a really cruddy situation to try and figure out, can we help people and can we pay for it? And so that's really what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. I'd like to get everybody in the room and on Zoom an opportunity to make comments, ask questions as well. Citizens both here and at home. Won't see any, but I want to make sure I give you an opportunity.
Juice has his hand up.
Juice, go ahead.
Okay, I just will make it quick. You know, right now when everybody's struggling with higher prices and everything, it seems a little tone deaf to ask them for more money. And I understand the reasoning, I really do, and I wish we could, but it's just like, son, daddy's talking. It's just too hard right now for most Americans and county residents to ask them to pay more money. That's all I wanted to say. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, come on up, Sharon.
Hey, I'm Sharon Rubin. I'm a Ridgway resident at 300 Escalante. I just want to say I support this tax measure.
Well, both of them or?
What's that?
Said both of them or one of them, or there's 2 different?
I don't foresee myself doing new construction in the near future, so it's easy for me to say yes to that one, kind of because it doesn't really affect me, but specifically the sales tax I support as someone who spends money here.
Thank you. All right, I think I heard consensus maybe on asking on trying to go back and ask for a 17-13-15 split. Consensus on okay.
I would like that. I don't care who the
I'm okay with it, how they present it.
Yeah.
Okay, how they present.
Yeah.
Would you be opposed to asking for them?
No, I just feel like the need is there. It's really clear. You know, the fire didn't come here in Ridgway. I know it's affected businesses, but.
Well, it's also about other emergencies. I mean, when he mentioned that the county spent $100,000 on that flooding in 2024, we spent millions on what happened to our water plant. So, not our water pollution. So there's there's that. I mean, things that affect us, even though we're not as large, they tend to be bigger because we're more dense and concentrated.
Okay,
So,
I would not be then opposed to that.
um, yeah, I would say go back with that,
70-15-15.
it's probably not you know, however you put it, a trench we're gonna die in, but
That's fair.
I agree with.
And I'm also hearing the reluctance towards the construction use tax, and I'll have the conversation with Ridgway to see if they are the ones who say no. And I think ultimately supporting one of these is more than enough, and I'm super appreciative of it. Thank you for your
Well,
time tonight.
and, you know, again, it goes without saying, but, a day hasn't gone by since January or July 27th that I haven't thought, you guys are just, you haven't faced stuff that nobody ever really, I mean, we imagined it, but we didn't really imagine it, and, it's huge, and we can't say enough how much we appreciate it, how many long hours you put in. Glenn just showed how impacted he is, and you guys have been doing it for 2 months now, so thank you. And don't take anything we've said as any sort of
I'm
denigration
not
of
that.
that.
If anything, I'm super thankful again for the support that I've heard over and over again tonight. It's been very evident to me. I understand we're policymakers, like you said, good legislation and good governance. It's important for us to do our function as well, and you guys have done it tonight. Thank you all.
Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, and thank you.
Thanks, Glenn.
I'd like the record to show, I hope the county's conversation with the city of Ridgway is productive, positive,
Yes.
and very fruitful.
About that.
Okay, that, good discussion, but it's gonna be a long one tonight. Thank you for those of you still on the agenda being patient. Next up on the agenda is item number 16. Presentation of community feedback received on the draft community-led marketing strategy and review and direction on updated version. Tara, the community initiatives facilitator, and I think the somebody from Destination by Design is online.
That's great.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, council. Thank you for your attention after a long conversation and some heavy topics that I know are really weighing heavily on everybody. So we are here to talk about the culmination of the community marketing plan that Destination by Design has been developing for us as part of their contract with the town. I just want to I'm going to kind of introduce the next 3 topics just briefly to kind of give you a roadmap of where we're going with the conversation. So Destination by Design's contract included, the largest portion of their contract included developing an in-depth marketing strategy rooted in community sentiment and feedback. We understand that marketing and tourism is something that needs to be handled really thoughtfully in Ridgway. It's both a necessary part of our economy. Hello, Rain. It's a necessary part of our economy, and it's also, we have limited capacity, as we've discussed, water, lodging, and other capacities, and we have some sensitive ecosystems that we want to really care for. So it's important that any marketing plan take all of that into consideration. And so Destination by Design, I think, has done a wonderful job of really listening, coming into our community, diving deep and really deeply understanding Ridgway, and really taking resident feedback into account. So I think they really match our values as a responsive local government. So I'm excited for Sarah to present that to you. The other part of their scope of work was 2 seasonal campaigns that were focused intentionally on shoulder seasons, because typically we don't have to market much in the summer. So we anticipated a spring campaign focusing on our events calendar and a fall campaign focused on trying to build visitorship in one of our slower times of year. As we all know, this summer did not go as planned. And so in collaboration with the Ridgway Area Chamber of Commerce, we worked with Destination by Design to develop a summer recovery campaign. I will present about that with our other partners after Destination by Design shares their marketing plan. And then also the chamber is here, John Hill, the executive director, to share about how their scope of work is going this year with their visitor outreach and business engagement work. So, sound good? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Sarah, who's been waiting patiently on the line. Thank you, Sarah.
Hello, everyone.
It's 11 o'clock when she's.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime, but that's okay. We're partying. No, I appreciate the sensitive nature of the things that you've had to discuss tonight, and so it was an honor for me to just listen in and support you all. So there were five themes in the response to the community-led marking plan, and I will quickly go through those and tell you how we address them and then open up to questions. So the first one was there was sentiment that the plan leans too heavily towards screening visitors and keeping them out rather than inviting them in. And we heard you. We in the early discussions, we got that message, but we went a little bit too far into that. So what we did was we softened the language that made it seem elitist and exclusionary. And one of your community members gave us a very impactful description of what she wanted. It said, welcome first, inspire second, and educate third. And so I went through the marketing plan and reworded it with those principles in mind. Theme two was concern about the lodging infrastructure, and we definitely hear that as well. So we strengthened the emphasis on outreach to places like local campgrounds. There are around 1,000+ developed campsites within 30 minutes of Ridgway. And so we're going to lean heavily on people who are lodging around Ridgway being able to make their way into town to support your economy and participate in your culture while not taxing the infrastructure there. And we also have additional language in there kind of solidifying that we're going to partner with Uray, as we already do with the events calendar, since they have a little bit more lodging capacity, and encourage people to come on over to Ridgway as well. The third thing is that the resource capacity and environmental preservation, which you've spoken about tonight, water, all of that stuff. And there was a specific sentiment that we should avoid naming specific trailheads or peaks in order to avoid getting too much attention via like social media and making those overcrowded. And so we can address that in the specific language of our campaigns as we're going forward, just to make sure that we're not bringing undue attention while bringing the right kind of attention to Ridgway. And we are definitely going to include conservation messaging throughout all of our messaging in conjunction with the Do Colorado Right campaign. In fact, we're going to apply to kind of be one of their partners and so that we can really adopt their mission as well. Theme four was the local merchants and business owners are stretched to be able to offer the types of things that an increased tourism effort might require. And so we're going to encourage the casual traveler as well as the multi-day, more affluent traveler that might come out there for a longer period of time. That just is okay if you're just passing through. We're going to have encouragement to just stop on by and direct that a little bit more to like families that live within a range of Ridgway. And then the fifth theme that we addressed was there were tweaks to the audience and the and additional kind of signature events that we had to add to the calendar that's going to draw people. And so we added a specific focus on families in audience number 3, so that we could really play up all of the family activities that Ridgway has to offer. And then we also added an itinerary in the itinerary section for creative and photography workshops, people that are in interested in the culinary scene. So it's called Rooted in Culture, Creative and Culinary Arts. So we added an extra itinerary there. Now, these itineraries are just examples. So when we get into actually creating the materials, we'll look a little bit closer to exactly which attractions and different businesses that we need to include in those. So those are our 5 themes and how we addressed it. We also gave you a very nicely designed document that you can be proud of and that you can show your citizens as well as other municipalities that you might want to partner with.
Great.
You, Sarah?
Anybody have a question for Sarah?
No, I appreciate your response to all the public input.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear.
That's exactly why we do that.
Yes, and likewise, it's nice to receive such concise and thoughtful commentary from you guys. We really appreciated it, and it really makes our job much better if we get that. So thank you.
I think we had 10 or 12 residents write pretty lengthy responses to our call for additional feedback after you heard from Sarah last time. So that was nice, as well as sitting with Councilwoman Greenwood to kind of go over it in detail as well. So it was really nice to get substantial feedback. This plan will now form kind of the conceptual framework for our marketing efforts going forward. So this has been the discovery and planning and strategizing process, and now we'll go into the implementation process. So that's kind of how it goes. And are there any other questions before I move on to talk about the summer recovery campaign?
Not a question, but a comment. I would recommend not promoting walking on the ramp.
Oh, is that on there?
Yeah, a couple times. You might get dead by that.
Okay, we'll correct that. Sorry about that.
It is.
Seems like a terrible idea.
People take their dogs up there.
Yeah, there's
Walking and
frequently
biking.
people hiking
Yeah.
and with
Oh,
dogs.
I at your own risk, but yeah, it is an option.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. And if you have time to stick around for just a couple of more minutes, I'm going to talk about the summer recovery campaign and would love you to chime in if you would like to. And I'll also invite John Hill to chime in if he chooses, but I'll just quickly summarize that.
One thing I might
Of course.
add, just because I just thought of it, I got an email today from somebody with Department of Wildlife, the Colorado Department of Wildlife, saying that they want our thumbs up on a proposal they're putting together to create either an overpass or an underpass at the Dallas, Dallas Creek, no, what's the main entrance to the?
Where it goes over to the rat trails?
No, Dutch Charlie, from the Dutch Charlie entrance across 550 for people to access the rat trails from the park.
Oh, that would be dope.
So that, yeah,
I've crossed there. You gotta move. It's sketchy.
so it's obviously a long ways off, but they're not asking for money or anything, they're just asking for a thumbs up.
Oh,
I'll
wow,
forward it to you.
that's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, I want to thank Destination by Design and thank council for your support in this process and thank the community members who have weighed in. I feel really confident that we've got a plan that really reflects our community's perspective on how they want marketing done for Ridgway. And it's been a really, I think, just a really meaningful process to go through. So looking forward to the next steps on that. One of the pieces of feedback we got, especially this summer, when we asked for feedback right as the fires were burning, was like, cool, glad you're thinking long-term. We're really hurting right now and we really need help now. We know that usually summers kind of take care of themselves and we have our big pay window in the summer, but this summer, we had a sudden crater in our visitation after a really difficult winter. And I know many of you have heard from citizens with this concern and business owners. And so John Hill and I had a conversation. He conveyed a lot of the feedback he was also getting, which is a similar theme, was like, we don't have time to wait for this to go into effect. We really need some help right now. And so together we conceived of the idea of doing a summer recovery campaign. I asked for proposals from the chamber to do business outreach to help to get specific stories from our local businesses, and then engage Destination by Design as well for some additional help managing a paid social media campaign, because that's the best kind of bang for your buck when it comes to marketing. And so we put together kind of a collaborative effort. We're calling it Rooted, Keep Ridgway Rooted. And it's really about keeping our businesses rooted. We were sort of inspired by like the resiliency of the aspen trees to come back after a fire. So the chamber is John's actively out talking to businesses and getting some short clips directly from businesses, very casual cell phone style, like why should people come to Ridgway? Why should people come to your business? And then those are being combined with a video with footage that was also provided by the chamber from work they did last year. And we put that into a quick reel and using some still images. So we're doing kind of like a social media push around why people should come and support Ridgway's recovery from this fire. And then as part of that, Destination by Design created a new snazzy looking landing page for the campaign. So that's kind of the multi-part campaign that we're calling Keep Ridgway Rooted. So, and then the town staff are continuing to do posting about local events. So that's kind of how the overall campaign is looking.
I've also seen John have a presence at the farmer's market every week with t-shirts and talking to people, and he's literally been there every week.
Yeah, which is awesome. John's doing a bang up job on the business outreach, which he's going to talk about next. So do you want to add anything, John or Sarah, about the summer recovery campaign? Looks like we got it. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn, I did also want to mention, in the spirit of being responsive to our local business community, we recognize that there was a lot of resources we wanted to get out to the business community, and our current communication mechanisms, which are kind of our general newsletter from the town, which we send on an as needed basis. And then the Fuse newsletter, which goes out really focusing on arts and culture, wasn't effectively reaching our business community. And we had heard from businesses, we want to hear directly from the town about what the town is doing and what resources you have. And we'd heard that enough times that we realized we really needed a mechanism. So we created an as needed communication newsletter going out to businesses with sales tax licenses and lodging licenses and anyone else who wants to get it, called Business Brief. And we've sent 2 of those now, just to keep businesses up to speed on kind of as we develop. And John Clark's been kind enough to have introductory letters to help businesses know that we care about them, we hear what they're going through, and we're doing our best to be responsive.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing that, because I definitely got a lot of feedback, a lot of outreach from local businesses. Frustrated with this. No, I don't want to speak over everyone, worked so hard since this fire started. But I feel like the city of Uray sort of jumped on updating their marketing more quickly and like getting more information to their businesses. I appreciate that kind of once businesses are really reaching out to us saying, hey, we need more help, we need more changing your marketing strategy now, that I think then the town did that, which is great, because it was something that was lacking in the immediacy of all the things going on with the fire, but the immediate repercussions in our businesses were also huge. And so I appreciate Fuse and the town sort of taking that into account and jumping on this, because I find it interesting when we talk about the difficult winter season, because I think that when the actual research was done by the chamber, that yes, there were a couple businesses negatively affected. And I'm talking about Ridgway now. I know your rate is different because of the ice park and everything, but for Ridgway, overall, our businesses actually did well with this winter season because of Telluride strike. A lot of people came down here, and so, and our sales tax revenue that has shown us quarterly reflects that. So I don't actually think we were so negatively affected by the winter, but clearly the summer issue in our massive season for our local restaurants and brick and mortar storefronts, like the whole fire and the floods and everything have definitely affected us. So yeah, I appreciate Fuse and the town kind of jumping on that once we were getting a lot of feedback from businesses that also need to be prioritized in addition to everything that the town and city county have been doing for response.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a multifaceted, but thank you for jumping on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that recognition. Yeah, it felt like the right thing to do. Ridgway and Uray are pretty categorically different in terms of our capacity when it comes to marketing. They have a team of about 5, and we have a maybe a 0.25 FTE, but just so we know kind of what our capacity is. Yeah, yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, that's great. And I think we're building our capacity in a way that fits our community, and really appreciate the recognition.
Yeah.
So that's all I have to share, and I'd like to turn it over to John Hill to share their biannual update.
Great, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jack.
Mayor Tammy Tuttle has her hand up.
Oh, Tammy, go ahead.
Okay, just a response and a concern, and I know I reached out to each and every one of you guys as town council and as town manager. The concern I have is, and this is showing proof of it, of how quickly we did not react whenever we had an emergency in our town, that the limited amount of advertising dollars we have are going out of state to an area that is not experiencing what we are experiencing as we experience it. I don't know how long our contract is with this other company, but I think we should potentially rethink that. As a person that supported our chamber for years and been on the board for years, the chamber has never quite, in the opinion of no matter who town council was, lived up to par and their expectations. But I hope you take what's happening now as an example that it is also out-of-state people can't live up to that par either. As a 30-year business owner in this community, we have to do a lot more to try to support and bring people to our town, whether we're having good times or bad times, and focus on the brick and mortar, not the food trucks, because we are the ones that pay the property taxes in addition to the sales tax. And I really hope you guys think about that in your marketing and in everything else you do, and any future events that we do, so that we can support the brick and mortar places. Most of us that lease pay triple net leases. And so sales tax and property taxes go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy.
Good reminder. Thanks, Tammy.
Anyone else? Okay, take it away, John.
Bring up your, sure. Thank you. All right, thank you guys for having me this evening, appreciate it. Just to close out on and make a comment on Team Ridgway, as we're calling ourselves, I can say with certainty that Destination by Design knows what they're doing. I think Tara does a good job administering. I do my best to work with them. It's like anytime you have a team of people that are really fluid and working well together, when our groups meet up, and then when I get feedback from my board and my advisors, and I see the professionalism of the town of Ridgway as well as Destination by Design, I feel like things are happening quickly. Tammy, who just spoke, she emailed me along with over a dozen other businesses expressing similar concerns, which is why Tara and I met and we agreed. It's like, no, we still need a shoulder season campaign, but we need to do something now. And that's what's in progress right now. And, you know, we're all doing our best. You guys get the same feedback that we do at the chamber. So it's all hands on deck right now. And so separately, I'm grateful to be a part of Team Ridgway, and it's a competent group of people, and we're doing our best, and I think we'll make a difference. Regarding our, let's see, which button do you want to push here? Press the right. There we go. So I just threw this together really quickly. This is more of an update. The chamber entered into a professional service agreement with the town, purposes visitor and business engagement. So what we're doing, when the town provides us with marketing collateral or ideas or a strategy, the chamber executes that vis-a-vis visitors to the town in a variety of ways, from picking up the phone to talking to people in person to being at the visitor center. Business engagement, the chamber already does a fair amount of that, but we're reaching out to not just chamber members, but all businesses for the purpose of distribution awareness. I will say that the new business messaging from the town, which has been requested, I think it looks great. I think it's informative, not necessarily to promote individual businesses like we do, but just to give the nuts and bolts of the community and what's going on. So I see that as a valuable resource. Calendar and event coordination. I'll get to that here in a second. Coordinated reporting, that's when I get to meet with Preston, Tara, and then we all collaborate, and visitor center activation. So
Visitor guide distribution, all that means is the tourist facing locations, we try to get them the collateral that they need and that they ask for to promote. We currently have updated QR codes in our visitor guides to direct people to the Visit Ridgway site through ridgwaycolorado.com. We put calendar information out early on in this campaign. The calendar information, that was the number one thing from my perspective, from the direction that the chamber received from the town of Ridgway. So we distributed table tents, magnets, just any collateral messaging in our newsletter, and referring people to Localist, the community calendar. Another thing, so I couldn't see you, Michelle, but you were hiding when you made a comment. The visitor center, the farmers market has been extremely more valuable than I had anticipated. Originally, we're gonna sell some t-shirts and raise some money for the chamber, which we have to a certain extent. But the amount of tourists that come through there, it's really fascinating, because I myself am more like a local person, because I've been coming to this market for 4 or 5 years. I go get my vegetables, I go get my meat, and I'm out. So you can see the locals, but the tourists, people stop en route when they see the activity going on in the park. And it's fascinating. The conversations at the market are 20-fold compared to the visitor center, just as an FYI. And I'm doing my best to quantify that data, and I'll share it with everybody. But it's really interesting, because you can pick out a tourist immediately. You know, maybe they have a shirt on New Jersey or Minnesota or wherever, and or maybe they have a Red Sox hat on, and it's really interesting to learn. But that farmers market, when it's on, is a valuable resource for tourism in general. And I take general maps and visitor guides, and you know, it could be 10 to 40 times that we distribute visitor guides and maps at the farmers market. So I had to bring that up as a distribution hub. And we also promote the calendar. People ask, you know, what's going on. I hand them a magnet or show them how to scan. I did that as recently as this morning in the visitor center. Next category, and this is straight out of the PSA, so business outreach and engagement. Twice a year, we reach out to businesses, and whatever the town wants to promote, whatever the chamber has, whatever, you know, anything that's helpful. Because we generally know people want jeeping maps, they want visitor guides, they want dining guides, which we're working on right now to get a better one. They want an adventure guide. So we promote on the chamber side, you know, Best Slope Adventure, San Juan Huts, rigs, and we organize ourselves in a way where we can kind of dump the information on them in a way that's helpful for them. And it's really fun doing, because tourism, they're starting to come back. It's trickling, but our visitation went way down during the fire. Met a lot of fire people and managers, and it's been fun to learn and see what an impressive operation that thing is, or was. But I encourage use of the calendar. Host business events are a contract. The language is 1 large per year, but it's going to be a hybrid of that. It's going to be more frequent, smaller ones. I have another business to business that we're about to start messaging to on 8/27 Thursday, just to get businesses together, because they're asking. They're like, we want to talk to other business owners, not like the community open house that we did, where it was business owners, but Mayor Clark and I saw you there, Preston, briefly. You kind of snuck out of there before I could say hi, but a lot of people were there, and the most important thing was a mingle. We wanted people to talk to each other. We wanted Mayor Clark to be there. We wanted the CEO, Tim, from West Slope Wildfire Council. Just details like that. And it worked. I mean, we had over 70 people plus our staff show up to it, and putting it together in less than 2 weeks because of the urgency that has been talked about tonight. That was our goal. We're still learning. We're still distributing funds from our sponsors, but we all on the board and advisors of the chamber, we call it a success. So the calendar and event coordination, I'm just going to skip right to when we went into this agreement. It was thought that I and the chamber would be more involved in the calendar. Where it stands right now, the most important thing is town staff involvement. Tara
Lee, they've done a great job. I went to meetings for 2 or 3 months with the city of Uray and the town. The reality is they're crushing it, so I'm just like, whenever they need me, I'm there for them. Tara will email me every so often, can you check on this or check on that? And I do, but the chamber, honestly, it's town staff that's driven the calendar and all of the marketing around that. You know, and then just tracking on deliverables, quarterly meetings, recommend improvements as I learn about whether it be the visitor center, you know, the best way to reach businesses, systems, you know, different ways to help promote businesses, passports or whatever you want to call it, getting businesses together. That Tara and I talk about this frequently, as do countless other business owners and managers in this town. So, and then content leads, always a work in progress. The Rooted in Ridgway campaign is on everybody's front burner right now. So we're doing videos and we're creating content with very specific purpose, and that's to get people in our businesses' doors and as they start recovering from since June 27th. So visitor center activation, that was part of this contract as well. So we're open Monday through Friday. I actually have a volunteer in there while I'm at the farmer's market now. Then we have staff, paid staff, 10 to 4 on Saturdays and Sundays. The reality is, the reality is I will office out of there, so I'm usually there by 8:30 or 9, and I just put the open sign up when I'm there. But the posted hours are 10 to 2. But the reality is it's like 8:30 to, I was there until 4:30 today. So it's good, but then again, after the fire, it definitely dropped off. But the good thing is more people have come in, more locals are now aware that that is the visitor center, and that helps them communicate with people when they're visiting. You know, STR owners are coming in to get collateral to put in their rentals. Others are just to share. So it's on the margin of marketing, but it still is helpful, because honestly, I think 60% of locals didn't even know that was the visitor center. So I've been trying to fix that in a variety of ways, but all in all, the visitor center is good. We'll definitely recap after this season with town staff and see where we want to go. But I think it's a pretty cool place. If you haven't been there, come stop by.
Not to interrupt, but if you guys haven't been in there, I mean, straight up, I haven't been 12 years ago. But they've done a lot too to spruce it up. It's more about organized. It doesn't feel so cluttered. It's more inviting. And so the community, you know, like they have like a conference room in there where you can have like a meeting, like reach out to the chamber. It's very cool. So I think it's a good thing for locals to realize it's there to like, whether you're just directing like your guests or even for you to like realize, oh, these are some cool things to do. Because even as locals, sometimes we don't take advantage of the neat things because we live here. So
Yeah,
as town council, I encourage everyone to stop in just to see what it looks like now.
it is a good resource. I mean, just maps and information. I mean, I think it's helpful either way, but 424 visitors, you know, that's similar, little ahead of where it was last year, but the momentum we had in first part of June was tracking way beyond, and just simple banners on the side and literally trying to get locals to come in so that the locals can share where the visitor center is, has been showing it's promising to get people in there, which is ultimately helpful to tourists. So the finances, here's where we are. General breakdown of the spend since March 10th, about $16,900 spread out across a variety of categories. If any of you are interested, I can send you the spreadsheet on exactly where everything is. So yeah, thank you. Questions? You guys have had a lot of important things to think about tonight, so I feel small coming in after these conversations. It's all important.
You seem really organized and committed to what you're doing. I know.
As the liaison opposed to the chamber meetings, but John donates a lot this time too. I want people to realize like how passionate he is about making that a success and really trying to build stronger relationships with the local businesses and get local as well to be more involved, so I appreciate all the work
Thank you.
you're doing.
Yeah, and thanks for the idea to go to the farmer's market. I think that sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come see me.
There's
I will.
Ridgway t-shirts for sale.
T-shirts and hats and.
I'm one of those locals, I get in, get out. I think I need to visit.
Yeah.
No, you're killing it, John. Nice work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you all.
Juice has his hand up.
Oh, yeah.
Juice, go ahead.
So I just have a question, well, a couple really. So who is in charge of actually implementing this plan? Like, whose dollars does that go to? Like, who makes the posts? Who does the ads? Who does the billboards? Is it this company that doesn't live here in North Carolina, South Carolina, wherever they are on the East Coast? Or is it our local community chamber of commerce? And why is you only spent $16,000 because your budget is so low? But how much did we pay this consulting firm? That's my question.
Look, if I take that.
Yeah, Harris can answer that.
Hi, Juice. That's a great question. So, just for a little background, we put out a call for proposals for marketing firms, and we got about 12 or 13 respondents last fall. And a committee of locals interviewed them, vetted those, went through all of them. We did have our 2 finalists. One was a Colorado company, and one was the Destination by Design out of North Carolina. They also come from mountain communities. They've also dealt with natural disasters. The Chamber of Commerce chose not to put in an application, though they were invited to. So that's so we've restructured the way that we're doing our marketing. So we have a team approach. So Destination by Design was ultimately chosen because of the depth of their commitment to locally driven marketing, and the kind of spirit that they brought to their work. They haven't really started implementing yet. So when we hear like they're not doing a good job, they haven't started yet. They really needed to start by having a very good strategy and a deep understanding of what we needed. The chamber's role, they have a smaller contract. So we have a total pot of about $90,000 to $100,000 that we were working with. $60,000 went to the marketing firm. That's a fairly modest budget when it comes to marketing. $30,000 went to local business engagement and operating the visitor center. Not enough for what John is doing clearly, but we have a pretty limited pot to work with. And then we have about $8,500 going to our community calendar, which we share. That's our share of the cost with the city of Ridgway for that. Which generates a tremendous amount of content around what locals are doing that we can share through marketing. And it's a great resource for locals to know what's going on. So that's kind of the whole picture. The next step with the marketing firm is to move into implementation. There will be a share in terms of who's posting. The local staff are posting about local events using the content from the community calendar largely. John has been brought in. We've created an additional contract combined of about $12,000 for the summer campaign, split between Destination by Design and the chamber. For the chamber doing local content creation, getting these short videos from our businesses, and that's John's work to really be the boots on the ground with the locals, and then bringing that together. And Destination by Design brings their expertise in terms of how to effectively get that out through social media marketing, and that's what they do super well. And also kind of guiding us so that the look is very professional and polished, so that it's it's appealing, and they have all the science of like how to target some of those social media messages to the audiences that we're going for. So we're trying to really create a team approach rather than just having one group in charge of everything. And yeah, this has been the first year we've been trying that on.
I would just like to add that there was a lot of frustration previously with the chamber. And people were coming to council and complaining that it wasn't serving the businesses. And I think that's what then you went and explained where we've gone since then. But that was part of, I think, the decision to look for outside help with marketing.
Yeah, council directed us, thank you. The council directed us to open up the marketing contract to public bid. And we kind of restructured it a bit because we also really value the chamber and what they have to offer. And we knew that there was a likelihood that we were going to get outside bids. And we didn't want to lose the chamber's expertise in the local business relationships and understanding of the nuts and bolts of what's happening in the community. So what we're attempting is kind of a hybrid model where we're funding the chamber in part, leaving the businesses through their memberships to also fund the chamber, so they have skin in that game as well. And then contracting a very highly professional marketing firm to do some of the marketing that the community's been asking us to do at a really strategic and professional level. So that's kind of the theory behind why we've gone the way we've gone.
I guess my only other thing would be that $60,000 you gave to this consulting firm. Are there additional costs for them to implement this plan? Like, say, are they going to charge you to implement an advertisement? Like, is there any additional costs that are associated with this firm?
So the $60,000 covers our scope of work for 2026, which included primarily developing the strategy and all of the discovery work and research that went into that, and community engagement surveys, et cetera. Doing 2 campaigns, a spring campaign about our calendar and a fall campaign focused on our shoulder season. We've engaged them for a little bit more to do the summer recovery campaign. And then we will speak about next year when it comes to the budget planning and contracting process. And that's the implementation phase. So that would be a separate contract. It's not over now, it's just now we've laid the foundation and now we would move into implementation. If the council chooses to contract with Destination by Design for that implementation work, then that would happen more fully in 2027. We'll begin implementation. We're beginning implementation now, but we'll go into a more in-depth implementation continuing to 2027.
Okay, so we spend $1,000 per page for color photos.
We're really not supposed to have the back and forth. We have to.
Bruce, thanks for your input, but we're not gonna have a back and forth about this, okay? Thank you. All right, I think we're on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you guys for being here. Next up is, and thank you guys for your patience for hanging in all this time.
Yes.
Update from the Ridgway Sustainability Advisory Board, Sheridan and Dave.
I'm Dave. They came out of the term of the SAB. And the good news is, here the Colorado boy is worn out.
Thanks, Derek.
Or you're in the middle of this thing?
Yeah.
She did that, yeah. Actually, don't let me share it, I'm sorry. Sure.
So we like to get together with you guys a few times a year just to kind of share our thoughts and make sure that you remember we're here and discuss these things. We have a few things to report out that have happened recently, so
We appreciate it.
take the time to do that. First thing I want to talk about is our membership, our members. As you may remember, a year ago I came and we talked about how we have restructured our membership so that we have 2 people dropping off the board every year, so that we have a little bit less turnover, or so we don't have turnover where everybody leaves at one time. And so we had somebody left last year. Unfortunately, we have not filled that spot. So that's a TBD at the bottom. That would be there through to 2028. Dave Jones and Leon Ivers dropped off this August. Christina Lemon is on the board, but she's not been very active. So basically it's Sharon and I.
Does she still live here?
She still lives here apparently. She was in Aspen for quite some time doing a job in Aspen. I've actually tried to contact her and haven't heard back. So, we're trying to get in touch with her and find out what her intentions are, but so we have to deal with that. We do have the possibility of 3 others. We have a letter of interest from a friend of Lee's. Dave Jones has a neighbor that may be interested. And Terry Schuyler said that he would come back on if we can't find other candidates. Of course, you have to deal with that if he wants to come back on. He's on the call right now, so. So anyway, we have a little bit of problem finding people that want to be on the board, and we could use everybody's help. We've advertised, we have posters out, or we had posters out, and I don't know, so it's something to keep in mind. Okay, so this is our 2026 work status. We basically have 8 work items. We're going to talk about the ones that are green, the local impact accelerator grant. Terry actually was very instrumental in making that come through, so that's really good. But we're kind of now waiting to see what the statement of work is for that, to see how we can help participate in the goals of that grant. A lot of them are sort of directed toward the net zero 2030, so we're very interested in trying to help out. Same thing with the timing and community electrification. We're waiting on impact statement work. Talk about the event. That's always resident compost. That's a little bit on hold. We're kind of waiting to see what happens with the town and their composting program. So maybe we can help out and do something with that. And then the water conservation, soil health, and the renewable energy, we haven't done anything on this year so far. Okay, so net zero 2030, we updated the roadmap that we gave to town staff. Basically, the roadmap proposes a process for getting to net zero by 2030, and it has three main points. To begin by eliminating non-essential fossil fuel equipment. What can we get rid of by looking at our work methods, our planning and scheduling? And then replacing fossil fuel equipment with viable electric power alternatives. There's some things that we can't replace. We can't replace a road grader. There aren't electric road graders, so we have to realize we can't replace everything. But we can do lawnmowers, we can do blowers, we can do a lot of the town maintenance stuff, and we can replace our heating, cooling, and water heating equipment. For the things that we can't replace with electric powered equipment, we should look into the possibility of purchasing carbon offsets or implementing carbon offset projects with the town. So this roadmap actually goes through a very detailed process for getting to that 2030 net zero. We're giving it to the staff, and so that's kind of the limit of what we can do at this point. One key principle is that we should really try to avoid replacing fossil fuel equipment with other fossil fuel equipment. If there's a viable alternative, we should figure out what the replacements are before we have to replace them, and not buy another gas guzzling, whatever it is. So that's the key principle. And it's something that I think you should take into account as you're looking at the budget this year, next year, the year after that, year after that. Keep in mind that there are some costs to be replacing this equipment. We don't have a schedule for replacement. That's something the town staff has to come in with. But if we didn't get to 2030, we got to start looking at replacing some of this stuff. Festival and event reduction, waste reduction. Of course, we all know the resolution didn't pass for our zero waste policy, and you directed us to go back and pilot our waste policy with the consistories, and so that's what we did. We met with all the stakeholders in May to revise the zero waste policy. So we had some of the people that talked here at that meeting come back in, and we had a discussion about what we should do with the policy. It was very fruitful. We did revise our waste policy. We softened it a little bit. We took out the trash collection part of it because we were just going to focus on county events for now. So we have that. And then we provided that to all of the vendors that were at the content series, and worked with them to come up with a plan to do all compostable food service products. The nice thing about that is nobody complained. Everybody was happy to do it. Many of them said that we're already doing this with, or will have to do it with other events. So it's pretty much a no-brainer. That was not a problem. So, and it turns out it's really good that they all came up with 100% compostable products, because it made the whole process of collecting waste a lot easier. We worked with Eco-Active Partners and created signage for the waste stations. Very clear, good, professional looking signage. And then the SAB and our volunteers staff the waste stations. Let's see. Oh, the Sherbino went with all aluminum cups and cans. That worked out great. Aluminum is a really good product because it's very recyclable. It's a very high value recyclable waste. We did add a second waste station after we realized that one was enough, mostly because it's kind of hard, even though it's a small venue, it's hard to get from here over there. And so we added a second one, and that worked out well. One of the lessons we learned is you have to have waste station monitors. It doesn't matter how good your signage is, it doesn't matter how good you are with doing compostable waste. People come up and just, they don't look at the signs. We had samples, they don't look at the samples. So one thing I've learned is if we're going to do this anywhere else in any of the festivals, we shouldn't even bother to do it if we don't have waste station monitors. It's not worth it. And it was very successful. Over the 5 events, concerts, we got 29 bags of compost, 10 bags of recycle, which was almost all aluminum, and 4 bags of landfill, and that was all from stuff that people brought in outside. So it turned out really good. So, and I'm going to turn the rest over to you. Sure.
Thanks, Dave. And I'm sure you guys saw that diorama that Dave made at the waste stations that had all of like the different things you could put in each trash. That was Dave made that. That was really cool.
Nobody looked at it.
Nobody looked at it, somebody. So
Someone missed.
And we're gonna be talking to that grant person, I think it's called Triple C's.
Circular
communities for next year to hopefully get some funds, and also they do like free consulting when they give you grant funds, so that we could possibly get waste station monitors in the future for more events too.
Yeah, and I meant to say, from what we've learned, I think we can maybe roll it out to some other events. I think the next most logical one is the Ridgway Rendezvous. For smaller events, I don't think it's worth it. We don't have a lot of food trucks and stuff. I just don't think it's worth implementing a lot. But definitely town events, we should do it with town events.
Were you guys at the Riverfest too?
No, that's a great idea.
Somebody was there.
Yeah, they had their own.
Yeah, they have some.
Nice. Okay. And then, of course, you guys know we also went to the Rendezvous Festival this year for our newly annual, this is the 3rd year now, EV Ride and Drive that we're putting on with SMPA, Clear, and Eco Action Partners. 3 years ago, Dave Jones and the SAB started doing the EV Ride and Drive. And last year it didn't have a whole lot of engagement from folks in town. And so this year we actually talked to the Weehawken, and they said we could get a booth at the Rendezvous Fest, so we were right outside. We think that really helped with engagement. There were about Clear says there were about 27 people that went to the EV Ride and Drive, whereas last year we had 3 people, I believe, that went over there. So it was really great to have that booth. We got to talk to a lot of folks. We had a couple come up and immediately ask us how to get a heat pump, and it was just really cool to be there. And we have ideas for next year as well.
I think maybe the better location, we were by the porta potties, wasn't a great location.
Yeah.
We think we can it can work, and we can get approvals from everybody having it right outside here, closer to the music stage, and maybe in combination with a waste station.
Yeah.
We might get a lot more engagement.
I wonder if we could tag on with Tyrod. I don't know if they're still doing it, but I know Tesla was doing, I've driven a Tesla up there a couple times a year. I know they were the sponsor for a film fest at one point, but they were doing, you could drive the vehicles. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what the state of Tesla is these days, but if Tyrod had something going on, like Eco Action Partners would probably know about that.
Yeah, it's a good idea. We also had the Ridgway Adventure Sports. They gave us a e-bike to let people drive around, and a lot of people got on that, and that was fun.
Nice.
So it was a cool opportunity. We realized to partner with businesses. Of course, Turner Toyota came out with the brand new electric Chevy, so GMC, sorry. So that was really cool, and we hope to have another big one next year to tell you all about it and tell you more about engagement and, you know, maybe local businesses getting with us as well.
Great.
Ooh, cool. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks for the update. There's hardly anybody left in the room here, but anybody on Zoom have questions for the SAB? Seeing none, I will move us right along. We're on the home stretch. Written and oral reports. Number 20, we have an update on the 2026 street.
Thank you.
Strategic plan. Thanks, guys. Good night. Thanks for your patience.
I think I heard it say at the beginning of the meeting, I haven't done it yet, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was a deletion we did.
Yeah, sorry.
That's fine. It's not a problem.
Apologize.
So budget schedule.
Yeah, and you all should know by now, just like to bring this to your attention at every meeting, just to make sure it's fresh as we get into budget season. I do have in red and highlighted for the November 11th regular town council meeting. I would be able to join that virtually, but because that's slated for a more formal budget hearing, I like to be in person for that. So with Kevin and Beth not here, maybe we hold off until next month to pinpoint an alternative date. We could do it now if you all would consider that. But just looking at, a date prior to that to hold.
Would a doodle poll be more efficient?
Just an
That's a good idea. You
Dope.
guys good with that? Oh, are you good with that?
Why are you asking? Yes, it's not a violation of a meeting law. You guys can confer on meeting dates and that doesn't constitute a meeting.
Thanks, bud.
I think doodle poll or wait till Kevin and doodle poll, probably good.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, and I know it's discussed at last meeting that the budget retreat be on the 17th. But I now have a opportunity to be with my grandchildren then, so if there's any way we could move it, if we can't, it's fine, I can make it work, but. And I don't remember what other dates were discussed. Any,
Well, we could do a doodle poll for that as well, maybe, see if we can
why
find.
would we do that? If that's, is that okay with everybody?
To find an alternative date for the budget retreat.
Yeah.
In October, and then same goes for what we just talked about with that.
Reschedule in November regularly. Great, thank you.
The October one might be tough. We had a hard time landing on that.
That's what my recollection was. If we can't change it, it's not getting work. Supplies are.
And then are we ready for the manager's report?
Yes.
Randy Barnes is retiring soon. We're about 45 days away from his last day, give or take, and Pam has arranged for his retirement celebration in the park on September 12th. That's Saturday. Everyone's invited. And hopefully everyone can be there in this town to thank Randy for all the hard work. You all know this by now, but Deb Overton is our new Finance and Administrative Services Director. And then Marcia Buell, did I say her last name?
Yes.
Buell, has been hired for the role of customer service clerk. She started a couple weeks ago.
Cool.
We are still looking to fill the deputy marshal position, and we're looking to fill the position of accounting and human resources coordinator, which is essentially what Deb's doing now. And then the public works maintenance operator position.
That'll be Randy's.
Yes. The application material for the community grant program 2027 have been released. Dave and Sheridan highlighted the vacancies on the SAB. Hopefully we can garner some interest there. The tennis and pickleball courts are closed this week for resurfacing work. They actually should be done fairly soon, but Stephen spearheaded all the work with that contractor. They're doing a good job. The housing action plan and water supply element community open house is tomorrow evening in the Decker, 4:30 to 7. I'll be in there with Angie and the Funds Consulting staff. And then just 3 more quick things. Actually, they're not really that quick, sorry. But sidewalk and valley pan repair work, you all awarded the contract to Bolter Construction in June, I think it was. For a number of reasons that has fallen through. I'm happy to answer any questions. There's some more narrative in the report, but Joyce, our engineer, soliciting additional bids for that work. Because really hoping we can do that sooner rather than later.
I thought I saw it get fenced off last week.
Yeah, I thought they were.
Yeah, we did, Jeff Rivera didn't get the memo that.
Oh, okay.
So he put it all out and then had to take it down. He wasn't very happy. And then there's been conversations recently, I don't know who's privy to some of the conversations around the Uncompahgre Riverway Trail. My narrative in the report, I won't read through everything, but kind of goes through a little bit of the history and what we're dealing with right now. All the fingers are kind of pointing at the town to take on ongoing maintenance of the entirety of that trail through the incorporated limits of town and even beyond going to state park. Which is a bit disingenuous, but we're navigating it. We're hopeful to get a more positive and productive working relationship with the BLM for that BLM parcel in there. And Chip Marlowe, who I think a lot of you know, I don't think he's bluffing this time. He is he's going to retire. And for anyone who doesn't know Chip, he's pretty much been a one-man show with the Uncompahgre Riverway Inc. nonprofit that has taken care of that trail since 1989. Actually, excuse me, in '89, that's when they established the nonprofit. He got a lot of grants to construct the trail, and he's been maintaining it ever since. Well, he's retiring, so that's the impetus for trying to navigate the next steps. If you have any questions, let me know, but we're working on that. And then
We really need to, just to reiterate, we need to get somebody from the BLM, the county and the town to all sit down together and figure out how we're gonna jointly maintain it from town to the reservoir. Cause it can't just be the town.
Yeah, totally agree. So we'll figure that out. The last movie Monday is this coming Monday, showing Top Gun. It's gonna be great.
How's the turnout been with these?
Really good.
Last one started raining right before.
Yeah.
And then it kind of went away and
We almost.
I ended up going with my kids, but it was the last second got the downpour 20 minutes prior.
And then it rained during it a little bit. But
Yeah.
If there, and I said there were 30, 40 people there.
I was gonna say 50 or 60. That's the first one, there was 100.
Wow.
I would say they're well received.
Yes.
Okay, good.
By the kids. So.
Yeah.
Is there a chance the state park would have something to do with the,
The trail,
yeah,
so little of it is there.
just the part that's in the park?
But I mean, a lot of it is either county right away or county easement, or some of it's even on the highway. But I think that county got an easement to do that, so. County needs to step up in some form, even though they're probably not gonna be able to.
But they have a lot going on.
Yeah, as we know.
That's all I have.
So, congrats to the mayor for the Sam Mammoth Award.
Thank you. Thank you. It's pretty wild. Nice to be recognized.
Yeah.
There's a video too.
Really?
Have you all seen the video?
Oh. Are you gonna
Send it out.
Prepared to show it?
No, I'm not sure. But we can
We can
find a
share
link
it.
to it.
Yeah, we'll put it through a link. It's just a YouTube video, I think. Yeah, long one tonight, but how about that joke?
I can't remember what it was.
Amused.
We do.
I know, I appreciate that jokes.
Oh, yeah. that-
Fractions speak louder than verbs.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Whose
Laura?
joke was it?
Do you want to?
Hey, back to school, topical, sure.
All right, well, unless there's anything else for the good of the order.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Steph.
Thanks.
Well.